Good evening and welcome to the October 7th Board of Education meeting. If we could please rise for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We have a little bit of change of business today due to the fact that our district clerk is out. So we are going to make a motion to appoint the Assistant Superintendent of Business, Kathy Manuel, as the temporary district clerk. Do I have a second? Ms. Alvarez. And do I have a vote? Looks like 7-0. 6-0, sorry, 6-0. No, we're okay. She's going to do that. All right, Ms. Manuel, we can go on to the next part, which is the roll call.
Adam Smith. Julie Epstein.
Here.
Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Deborah Brooks.
Here.
Rachel Gilliard.
Here.
Nanette Melkomian.
Here.
Jessica Mwani.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to make a motion to adopt the October 7th, 2025 agenda. Do I have a second? Ms. Brooks? And all in favor? Lovely 6-0. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on for our motion to recess into executive session to discuss potential litigation with our attorney. Do I have a second? Ms. Alvarez, again, we'll have you. And all in favor? Wonderful. 6-0. Thank you very much. We will adjourn and recess to executive session. See you at 7:30. Good evening and welcome to the October 7th, 2025 meeting. I'm Vice President Julie Epstein. As you can see, I do not look like President Adam Smith. He unfortunately was unable to attend this evening, so I will be sitting in his stead. With that, we're going to make a motion to reconvene in public. Do I have a second? Ms. Melwani, and all in favor, or our vote? 6-0. Wonderful. And now I'm going to ask Ms. Manuel to please do the roll call.
Adam Smith. No. Julie Epstein.
Here.
Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Deborah Brooks.
Here.
Rachel Gilliard.
Here.
Nanette Melkonian.
Here.
Jessica Mawani.
Here.
And Kaylin Costello.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Posse for some recognitions.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge School Board Recognition Week and thank our Board of Education for everything that you do. The time, care, and thought you put into every decision make a real difference for our students, staff, and community. Your work consistently reflects a shared belief that every decision we make should begin and end with what's best for our students. So on behalf of all of us in the district, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your unwavering commitment to excellence. I have two certificates I'd like to share with you. The first is from the New York State School Boards Association, and the second is from our Congressman, Tom Suozzi. So I'll present those to Ms. Epstein for the board.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you to all of my colleagues who do work so tirelessly for smiles and thank yous, and well appreciated. So with that, we're going to open up the evening by welcoming everyone to tonight's Board of Education meeting. We have a full agenda ahead of us, so I promise to keep my remarks short and sweet. We're very proud to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, which runs from September 15th to October 15th and celebrates the cultures, histories, and contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans. Across the district, you can see there have been some wonderful learning opportunities and celebrations, and I even know right when you walk right outside the Doris Shriver here in the hallway, they have a wonderful poster everyone should take a picture of, and Guggenheim is having a great celebration tomorrow. October is also National Principals Month. On behalf of the entire board, we want to give a big shout out to our amazing principals, many of whom are with us tonight. Yay for them. These are the people who keep our schools running smoothly, support our students and staff, and somehow manage to be everywhere at once. Throughout the month, I hope you'll find a moment to thank your principal, maybe with a kind word, a note, or even a little extra coffee. They've certainly earned it. And with that, we move on to the report of the superintendent, Dr. Posse.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Epstein. I'd like to begin my report by sharing a few more points of pride that highlight the excellence and dedication we see across our schools. So first, I want to congratulate the students and teachers of the Schreiber Times who earned international first place from the Quill and Scroll Society. They are one of only 9 schools nationwide and just 2 in New York to receive this distinction. So congratulations to our students and their teachers, Evelina Zarek and Alicia Cotter. I'm also proud to share that our high school was named a 24-25 School of Distinction by the New York State Public High School Athletic Association. We are again one of only 33 schools on Long Island and 110 across the state to receive this honor. This award goes to schools whose varsity teams all qualify for scholar athlete status, meaning at least 75% of team members maintain a 90 or higher GPA. And at the elementary level, Sousa Elementary School has been selected as a Ruler Spotlight School for 25-26 by the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence, recognizing its success in fostering emotional well-being and a positive, caring school climate. Congratulations to the Sousa community and to all of our educators for their focus on developing these critical skills in our students. These recognitions are a wonderful reminder of the great work happening across the district. In that same spirit of continuous improvement, I want to take a few minutes to talk about the recent updates to the high school grading policy. Over the past several weeks, we've taken the time to listen, review, and follow up on concerns raised by parents to ensure our approach is well informed. As promised in our last meeting, we've developed a frequently asked questions document to address the most common questions. This document is posted on the high school's website and was sent to high school families earlier today. I want to address two of the most common questions we received related to course weighting and the use of Regents examinations in final course grade calculations. First, with respect to the changes in course weighting, the concern raised was if the proposed change, which lowers the weighting given to AP and honors level courses, would affect college admissions. To ensure due diligence, I asked Mr. Arini, our new Director of Guidance, to speak directly with college admissions officers, both at schools our graduates commonly attend and at some of the nation's most selective universities. The response he received was universal and unequivocal. A change in the school's GPA weighting system will have no impact on college admissions decisions. With that assurance, we're confident in moving forward with this recommendation. The second area of common concern involved the decision to decouple Regents examinations from final course grades. The scores from these exams will continue to appear on transcripts as they always have. Several families asked whether we considered a do-no-harm approach, allowing Regents exam scores to count only when they improve a student's grade. We discussed this with representatives from the committee, and they reported that the committee carefully considered that idea but ultimately decided against it. By way of background, grading practices as they relate to Regents exams have varied by course. In some courses, the Regents exam counted as 20% of the final grade. In others, it applied only to the fourth quarter, and in some cases, Regents exams weren't counted at all. The middle school and high school have been inconsistent with how they factor in Regents exams. For example, students who take Algebra 1 in the middle school have Regents exams count as 20% of the final course grade, while students who take the same course at the high school do not have the exam count toward their final grade at all. The committee reached consensus that decoupling Regents exams entirely from final course grades would create a single, clear, and equitable standard for all high school students. Unfortunately, this work only applies to the high school, and therefore inconsistency between the high school and middle school remain. However, we have asked the middle school to look at this recommendation as well. Our current board policy states that the district aims to have consistency in grading across schools, classrooms, and sections. This raises an important question for the board to consider. Do the practices of counting the Regents examinations at the middle school level but not counting the Regents examinations at the high school level align with the board's intent in the current policy? Or does the policy language need to be strengthened to better reflect that intent? As a next step, I recommend that the policy committee review the existing language to make that determination. Clarifying the policy would help set shared expectations for how culminating assessments are used and ensure consistency and transparency across all schools in the district. In the meantime, we'll continue to address questions and concerns that arise. Let me just pause here for a moment before continuing my report to see if there are any questions or comments from the board before I continue.
Oh, Ms. Brooks, yes?
Thank you for the recap. I have, I think, two questions. On the weighting, I appreciate the guidance department calling all the schools and finding out if changing the weighting would negatively impact students. I understand that aspect, and I appreciate that. Having sat through the committee meeting and heard parent concerns, my understanding was that parents were concerned that students who were in the same cohort but who took classes at different times, the same class but in a different school year, would not be on par with each other in terms of the grading aspect when it came time to calculating a final GPA. In other words, if a 10th grader if a current 10th grader were taking whatever accelerated class or AP or honors class there is now and got a 0.5 bump because it's an honors, somebody next year who would be in 11th grade, so the same cohort, but just a year later, would be taking the same class, but have a different bump of 0.3, I can't remember what you said. And so therefore, when it came time in their senior year, where they're all, lumped back together and evened out, that the GPA would not fairly, there wouldn't be a level playing field. I'm probably not being articulate about it. I know what I want to say in my head, but I hope I'm making myself somewhat clear. That was the concern. And so the parents were saying, so why don't we roll this out beginning in 9th grade so that when everybody comes in at the 9th grade level, they're all, whether they take a certain class in 9th grade or 10th grade, 11th grade as a cohort, when they get to the finish line in 12th grade, they've been assessed using the same weighting and grading system.
Yeah, so that is one of the questions that that we received, and I think it's important to recognize two things. First, all courses completed prior to the 26-27 school year retain their original weighting. The revised plus 0.3 weighting for AP and honors courses only apply to courses taken beginning in September 2026. So the other thing that's important to recognize is the way in which the transcript deals with weighting. The transcript does not indicate weighting course by course. The transcript calculates a cumulative weighting at the end of a student's junior year. And so that cumulative weighting is what is shown on the transcript. There are two GPAs that will be shown. One is a weighted GPA and the other is a non-weighted GPA. So since we're not showing weighting course by course, and we're only showing weighting at the end, once the transcript is ready to be sent, essentially at the end of a student's junior year, we felt that starting in a moment in time was an equitable approach to take. And now coupling that information with the information that we've received from colleges as recently as last week when Mr. Arini interviewed colleges and universities that this would have no impact on the admissions process is why why we're still confident in that recommendation.
And my second question, I'm hearing the grading policy bell, and so as chairperson, what would you like our timing to be? We have a meeting coming up at the end of October. We have a monthly meeting. Is this something that you want to see on an agenda sooner rather than later? Can it wait until November, December? Do you have a particular time frame in mind?
Given the amount of concern that's been raised and brought to our attention regarding this, I would suggest that we do this in a timely manner so that we can so that we can properly resolve the question. The question before the board, as I see it, is the language in the current policy achieving the desired outcomes, or does the language need to be strengthened? So if the policy committee makes the recommendation that the current language is giving us the intended outcomes, then this will be a very simple process. But if the policy committee determines that it's not, and we would like to strengthen the language to ensure a uniformed approach to things such as the way in which the district considers Regents exams as part of a student's final grade, then this would be a lengthier discussion. So I would recommend starting that discussion sooner rather than later.
Okay, noted, thank you.
Are there any other clarifying questions before I ask the board if they're ready to decide on the recommendation? Ms. Alvarez?
A clarifying question on policy. Two clarifying questions. Did this come out of policy or this board? No, I know the final recommendation, but the review of the committee that started the review of the grading policy.
We didn't review the grading policy.
Not the board, the
The curriculum committee that's looking at the grading circumstances at the secondary level did not come as a directive of the board that I'm aware of, and nor did this, anything that has to deal with the policy, and did not come from the board.
Right.
My memory is that, sorry.
So I believe I recall that in the spring, we discussed with the board that we were going to bring the curriculum conversation, the grading conversation to the curriculum committee. I believe that was an instruction from the board.
But not the big committee, not the origin that's been looking at this for
Yeah.
7 years. That's what I thought the question was in
Okay.
regards
I
to.
Yes.
didn't-
Okay, thank you.
So as far as the recommendation and our current policy, I feel that the policy should be reviewed first before the board approves this recommendation.
The recommendation is that the policy committee should review the policy.
Okay, but then I'm going to clarify. Well, I'll wait for first read then, because I'm not on policy. I'm going ahead of myself. I don't feel it's in line. So the way everything is written at the moment, so I'll leave it at that. Okay, I'm going to stop.
It sounds like you're enthusiastically supporting the recommendation.
I am.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for kicking that off then. Do I have other board members that are enthusiastically accepting the recommendation and feel we can send this to policy?
Very enthusiastic.
Wonderful. It's unanimous. Policy, congratulations. You have another policy to add to your agenda on the 29th. Great. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to district goals, I'd like to just go out of order for a moment. I'd like to ask Ms. Manuel to walk the board through the budget calendar for the 25-26 school year. Because as you'll hear in a moment, each board meeting between now and the preliminary budget presentation on March 10th is designed to engage the board in focused discussions on key factors that will shape the development of next year's budget. So I'm going to just ask Ms. Manuel to walk us through the proposed budget calendar.
Thank you, Dr. Posse. Yes, it's hard to believe we have another budget season that's starting right now, actually. So tonight I've provided 3 papers for the board proposing a district calendar for the budget adoption of the 26-27 school year. So the first page you'll see we have key budget dates, starting with the 3rd Tuesday in May. May 19th will be the annual budget vote as well as the school board election. And working back from that, we would recommend that the board adopts a budget at the April 14th meeting and also hold the public budget hearing on May 5th. So then you'll see a more comprehensive budget development calendar. It's in gray. That lays out, as Dr. Posse said, the foundation for reviewing. We'll be looking at data review from our primary and secondary schools in October as well as November. We'll be defining initiatives, goals, and challenges that are impacting the 26-27 budget. Considering initiatives related to curriculum, instruction, facilities, technology, and other supports, as well as reviewing enrollment, demographic trends, and key external data elements. This will provide the foundation for our budget workshops, and those will be taking place throughout January, February, and March. So I've also shared some other helpful timeframes related to key calculations, such things as our healthcare premium. Those are usually estimated in early December. Also, mid-January, we'll have figures that are needed for the tax cap levy calculation. So those come out from the Office of Real Property and also the Town of North Hempstead. They give us the tax-based growth factors. So, and then late January and early April, we receive state aid figures. So the ones that are received in late January, those are from the governor's office. They're not 100%. But then hopefully beginning of April, we'll have some more firm numbers. So I was wondering if anybody has questions or anything they'd like to discuss. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manuel. Now let me ask Dr. Shields to provide the enrollment report.
Yes, good evening. I shared with the board the latest enrollment report, which came out on October 1st. At that time, we had 5,105 students, kindergarten through 12th grade. That compares to 5,257 students that we had this time last year.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. So let me now transition to the district goals. Pat, if you could just put up the presentation. Thank you. So as I begin my tenure in Port Washington, my first priority has been to listen deeply, learn broadly, and truly understand the outstanding work already happening across our schools. It's clear that our district is in a position of strength, and our shared responsibility now is to build on that strength and continue moving the district forward toward an even stronger future. At the heart of this work is our commitment to academic and personal excellence, ensuring that every student is engaged, challenged, and supported to reach their highest potential, and that every educator is empowered with the trust, tools, and professional learning needed to make that possible. So tonight we're discussing two companion documents. The district goals and action plan. These are grounded in the portrait of a graduate. I'm sorry, Pat, I'm having trouble with the clicking here. Okay. So these are grounded in our portrait of a graduate and aligned with the board's 4 overarching goals. The board's goals set our direction. The portrait of a graduate defines the kind of students we're striving to develop, and our district priorities represent the key levers we'll use to get there. The action plan then translates those priorities into measurable steps. We've intentionally held off on setting numerical targets until we have reliable baselines, because without context, even well-intentioned targets can distort what progress truly means. This initial plan establishes a framework for how we will define our goals, measure progress, and report outcomes to the board and community moving forward. This year is about creating a picture of where we currently stand and building the right systems for measurement and growth. This will allow us to set specific targets for our goals that are both ambitious and realistic. Together, these documents ensure that every goal, whether instructional, operational, or cultural, points in the same direction. So in alignment with the board's goals, we've identified 5 priority areas that'll serve as our framework for our work. These priorities emerged from the initial conversations I've had with members of our faculty, administrative team, community, and Board of Education. They reflect the themes that consistently surfaced across those discussions. From those conversations, a clear picture emerged of where our collective focus should be. While each of these priorities is vital, the thread that connects them all is our core purpose, which is advancing student learning. Every decision, from professional development to facilities planning, ultimately exists to support strong teaching and deeper learning. So let me now highlight a few examples of high leverage work within each priority area, actions that will most meaningfully move the needle for our students and staff. Our goal for academic and personal excellence can be described through 3 developmental stages: a strong foundation in the early years, building momentum in the middle years, and unlocking boundless potential in the high school years. Our goals begin with a comprehensive student achievement review, and our first deliverable is featured on tonight's agenda. Dr. Feeney will provide an overview of student achievement in grades K through 8. This deep data review allows us to celebrate our areas of strength and meaningfully focus our attention on those areas that need to be improved. Next month, we'll have a similar presentation focused on the secondary level. At the middle school level, our initial data review, which will be shared with the board next month, reveals the importance of expanding access to advanced coursework in the middle level. In particular, we're focused on reviewing pathways that prepare more students for Algebra 1 and Earth and Space Science by grade 8. By increasing the amount of students who are prepared for these courses, we're opening doors to advanced study later in high school and beyond. Similarly, at the high school level, we're going to engage in an annual review of our course offerings to identify opportunities to expand access to advanced placement courses and broaden offerings in STEM, humanities, and career and technical education. But to be clear, this is not simply about adding classes. It's about ensuring that every student can find a pathway that connects to their interests, and that the courses that we offer are both aligned to those interests and truly accessible to all students who are ready and eager to take on the challenges. We'll discuss this year's review of our course catalog in December. Our second priority area focuses on professional learning for faculty and staff. We know that strong teaching is the single most important factor in student success, and our responsibility as a district is to provide educators with the time, tools, and trust they need to continuously grow in their practice. Many of the initiatives highlighted in this area were already underway when I arrived. My focus during this transition has been to ensure that the district sustains momentum on the work that matters most for our students and staff. This includes a focus on strengthening the instructional support team process to ensure that when students begin to struggle, we have a consistent collaborative structure for identifying needs early and coordinating targeted supports. We're providing professional learning to each building's IST team focused on intervention planning and progress monitoring, along with an introduction to developing a multi-tiered system of supports, an MTSS model, at the elementary level that integrates academic, behavioral, and social-emotional interventions. Across all buildings, we're also providing targeted professional learning to support English language learners with a focus on instructional strategies, including push-in models, scaffolding, and language-rich classrooms. The push-in model allows E&L teachers to work alongside classroom teachers, supporting English language learners within grade level instruction so that language development and academic learning happen together in an inclusive setting. The third priority area focuses on nurturing a culture of care, belonging, and well-being. At the elementary level, we are continuing the implementation of the Ruler program, an effective research-based program that helps students develop the skills to recognize, understand, label, express, and regulate their emotions. At the middle and high school level, we're expanding the use of restorative practices as recommended by the New York State Education Department to help students build strong relationships, resolve conflicts constructively, and take shared responsibility for maintaining positive and inclusive school culture. Each year, we conduct a climate survey to gauge perceptions of belonging and support. This year, we're moving the climate survey up to January, and we're coupling the survey with roundtables, roundtable focus groups of high school, middle school, and upper elementary students to be held in the winter. The data gathered from both will be presented to the board in February. By moving the data gathering up, we can use the results within the school year while school is still in progress, allowing schools to act on the feedback in real time. Our fourth priority area centers on partnerships that empower. This fall, we launched a superintendent's listening tour to hear directly from families, staff, and community members about the district's strengths, challenges, and hopes for the future. In tandem, we're conducting a needs assessment on homeschool communication to ensure clarity, consistency, and effectiveness. For those unable to attend in-person sessions, we'll launch a thought exchange in November to get broader community input. We're also focused on creating parent workshops that are engaging and empowering, helping families to better support their children at home. And our final priority area focuses on efficient operations and future-ready facilities. Our community is fortunate to have beautiful buildings. Because our buildings are old, they require constant care and maintenance to continue to serve the students' and community's needs. This year, we'll work with the Budget and Facilities Committee to review and refine the long-term facilities improvement plan. Our work centers around prioritizing infrastructure, safety and security upgrades, instructional and co-curricular improvements necessary to modernize our learning spaces. Progress on this plan will be presented to the board at the January board meeting. Our goal is to ensure that our classrooms, our labs, our common spaces reflect the kind of learning we want for our students: collaborative, innovative, and safe. And we'll be doing this through a careful, prioritized plan that balances vision with fiscal responsibility. So as you can see, each of these priorities is connected together. They represent the systems, supports, and relationships that make teaching and deep learning possible. But more importantly, they remind us why we set goals in the first place: to stay focused on what matters most: student learning, staff growth, and the collective progress of our schools. We'll continue to share our progress through regular updates to the board and the community so that everyone can see how our shared efforts are moving Port Washington forward. And I'll take any questions and comments from the board.
Do we have any questions? I'll start down here. Ms. Melwani?
Okay, thank you. That's a lot of work, right? So I have only 2 questions. And I realize this is only for this school year. Was there any discussion, because I see for the middle school, there's the goal of strengthening identification and support systems to increase the number of students prepared for Algebra 1 and Earth Science by grade 8. So that's basically accelerated math and accelerated science. Was there any discussion of how we get those students there beginning in elementary school? In other words, any enrichment or advanced opportunities in elementary school? That's my first question. In order to get them to the place by 8th grade.
Yeah, one of the things that we have been talking about is the need to is to really look deeply at the curriculum, strengthen the curriculum from grades 6, 7, and 8. The elementary school has most recently adopted a new math program. That new math program has embedded enrichment within it. We've not yet fully accessed that embedded enrichment that exists within the math program. But as we continue to implement the program and teachers continue to feel comfortable with the program, that's a natural next step for us to go. We spent a considerable amount of time talking about grade 6 and talking about grade 7 and what needs to be done in terms of strengthening the math curriculum in both of those grade levels so that students are better prepared. Ultimately, what we would like is for it to be a step to a more challenging experience in grade 8 rather than a giant leap to a more challenging experience in grade 8. This way, more students feel confident and well-positioned to be able to take on that challenge. We also discussed that the reason that this is really important is because, more and more the SATs and ACTs require students to have advanced math knowledge and require students to be well-versed in mathematical concepts and reasoning. So the more students we can prepare for advanced instruction in algebra, the more students that'll be prepared to take challenging coursework while they're in high school and be better positioned for college. So that's the reason that this work is really, really important. Ms. Javelin is working with her teachers to identify ways to strengthen the math curriculum within the middle school. And as I said earlier at the beginning of these remarks, that the work of strengthening the math curriculum at the elementary school is underway, but this will be, this will be a multi-year goal. What we've done here is we've identified a target. So we have identified something that we would like to see growth in, and what you can expect now is that we'll measure that growth each and every year. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that the middle school has steadily increased enrollment in algebra in 8th grade. And as they've done that, what we've seen through that steady increase in enrollment is that student performance continues to be strong. So that's a real testament to the teachers, and it's a real testament to the way in which our teachers have embraced more kids in terms of that challenge.
As you were speaking, another question popped into my head. Last year, we discussed, or we were told, and this year it's being implemented, more push in for the English language learners. And within the strong foundation in the early years, I see strengthening the literacy and the math program, but I'm wondering, how does the push in, which is a newer initiative, work within this plan in terms of evaluating it or strengthening it or making sure it's a success?
Yeah.
If not, then changing.
Yeah, and in fact, one of the concerns that I've heard consistently from our teaching staff with respect to our E&L program is the need to strengthen the delivery of E&L instruction. The district has been responsive to that. As I said, the professional growth initiatives were planned well before my arrival here, and one of the focus areas has been to provide targeted professional growth for English language learners. The important thing to recognize is that when English language learners receive push-in support, they continue to be integrated and immersed in the curriculum and in the language. So that's important for developmental reasons, it's important for social emotional reasons, and it's something, though, that is a shift. So it's something that needs to be carefully examined, and teachers need support in terms of tools, resources, and professional learning. So the district is providing that. One of the things that we are also going to take a close look at is the ELL continuum in terms of the ways in which we provide services to students K through 12.
Okay, I have one more question. So I see we're trying to strengthen the math and the STEM kids in middle school to be able to move into more challenging classes in high school. So this is you don't know me very well, but this has been my pet thing for about 15 years. What about the humanities kids in middle school? Are we going to look at those kids who, when they get into 9th grade, also could benefit from challenging humanities coursework, which we don't currently have? My understanding is there's no accelerated class, there's no honors class in 9th grade.
Yeah, and that is something that requires further discussion in terms of the ways in which we can provide enrichment opportunities to our students who are humanities focused. So we have just started to scratch the surface on that. We've heard that as a concern from parents, and it's something that requires further discussion.
Thank you.
Rachel, do you have anything?
I'm good right now. Mrs. Brooks is very thorough. I echo a lot of her questions, but I'm going to hold for right now.
Ms. Melkonian?
Thank you for this very detailed outline and plan. There's a lot of really exciting development that we can expect from our students' experiences here, so I'm thrilled. In terms of priority area number 4, underneath it's K-12 action steps, conduct a needs assessment to develop strategies to strengthen parent-teacher communication. So within that, I know since I've been on the board, we've been talking about language access and improving language access in a variety of ways through public meetings, through announcements, on our website, et cetera. We've made progress. I'm still hearing concerns from families about some issues with meetings, et cetera, that are still a challenge for some of the families. So I'm curious to see where if you find that as you're looking and doing our needs assessment and how we can improve the experience to increase our communication for our families that need that.
Yeah, in fact, that is something that came up today from the middle school staff during the middle school staff listening tour. And it's also something that I've heard from community members as a need. So we'll have conversations about translation services. As you know, Parent Square was a big upgrade in terms of being able to provide any of the information that we send out in the students' preferred language and in the home language for parents. It does that automatically, but there's still a need to provide translation services within school. We heard concerns today about open house and about the accessibility of our non-English speakers to access open house effectively, and what are some strategies we can use. So that'll all be part of the needs assessment. Right now, what we're doing is we're gathering data. The step after we gather data will be to develop an action plan.
Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you. I have a few questions, but a clarifying question, because you said it at the beginning. I know we haven't seen the presentation yet here at the full board meeting, but we did have curriculum, already have our data review of K to 8. So one of the things that I was looking for when I saw your action plan was data-specific points, measurable points for improvement. But at the beginning of your statement, you stated that there's no reliable baseline at this time, is why you didn't include those measurable data points part of your priority list. So my question is, what is a reliable baseline that you're looking for? And I was under the assumption that from curriculum on Friday that, I don't know the exact terminology, it was in the presentation, but the data presented for both the state tests and the universal screener were very similar. So that is showing the fidelity of those two testing. So what baseline are you looking for?
I'm just looking to gather historical data. So in other words, we have now just recently adopted iReady. And as you know, we swapped from NWEA to iReady. We have just recently adopted a brand new math curriculum. We are in the first year of implementing that new math curriculum. We are in the first year of implementing the K2 phonics program across elementary schools. So in terms of setting a target of are we looking for 5% growth a year? Are we looking for 1% growth a year? Are we looking for 10% growth a year? That is what I'm reluctant to set at this point without without seeing what what the impact of these programs are. As I said at the data presentation, broadly speaking, we would like to see 90% of our students or more achieve proficiency in each grade level. We know that that's what we would like to see. And we know that in some schools, in some grades, that's happening. And in other schools, in other grades, that is not happening. So, which is why we're working to align our efforts and align our professional development so that we can fill gaps that exist in the curriculum and we can provide the necessary supports. So we are, at this moment, we're looking for growth. The question of how much growth is accepted for each year is something that I think just requires further study, and I didn't want us to confuse progress. If I set goals too low, it would look like we are meeting all of our goals, and that might not really be what progress looks like. But I will tell you broadly, we're looking for, we should be broadly getting 90% or more of our kids achieving proficiency in just about every grade level standard.
Thank you. I'm going to hold you to the 90%. So,
As you should. But but we have to understand that there's a gap right now.
yeah. Yeah. No, I appreciate the
That's the point that I was
explanation.
about to make.
Yeah. So, SEL. So I appreciate that you actually put it in two different areas. You saw the importance in an academic level. It's in your priority area for academics, but also in the culture of belonging. So one of my questions that I had for our SEL program specific to the elementary school is, one of your points was the consistency in all elementary schools. So just to clarify, it is currently in all elementary schools, but are you speaking of implementation?
So the ruler program at SUSA has been, embedded in SUSA's culture for quite a long time, and SUSA has been nationally recognized as a spotlight school for, I believe, 3 years in a row now, and this year being the third year of recognition. Other schools are in different phases of implementation. And in fact, what we've seen is we've seen some other schools that have come very close to SUSA and other schools that are just really beginning the implementation of that. So yeah, at this point in time, my understanding is that all of our schools are using Ruler, but the implementation is in different phases.
And I just ask, why not have a measure of success? I know it wasn't listed there, but in our full presentation, measure of success, be looking at the effectiveness of the program, not just the consistency of the program, but even for SUSA, what measures are we seeing success? So it's great. I think SUSA is amazing. It's great that they have gotten that distinction. But how are we comparing to other districts when it comes to SEL? So that's really what I didn't see in the key actions and the measures of success. Is it the right program? Is it just implementation is why maybe we're not seeing it yet? And I know one of the things you might say is the climate survey will show us some information on that, but we've already had climate survey at that building. So does that show success for that building, if that building's had it for so long? I don't expect all answers tonight. These are just my thoughts on some of the way it was presented in this rubric. And another point with SEL, moving past the elementary, would be, the restorative practice was listed both in the middle school and the high school. So one of the actions and measures of success you mentioned is implementing it more. I just ask, what data are you looking at when you're reviewing, again, the effectiveness of our current restorative practices? Are we looking at the data of suspension rates? Are we looking at our absentee rates? And how does that come into your priorities of feeling of belonging. I just didn't see those listed anywhere, so I'm just wondering if there was a reason.
So thank you for the very thoughtful questions. With respect to restorative practices, I just want to take that one first. One of the things that we spoke about with the principals that we'd be looking at is recidivism rates, right? So when talking about restorative practices, the whole idea is that you take a real instructional approach to poor decision-making and to the ways in which students are interacting with each other. So that kind of approach should result in fewer students repeating the same infractions in terms of recidivism, right? Do we expect all students to behave perfectly? Absolutely not. They're kids. Their brains are still developing. A lot of this is normal development in kids. But what we are looking for is that kids learn from, and that we teach them the skills to be able to learn from their mistakes. So that's the reason that restorative practices is really a very important initiative, because it's educational. It takes an educational approach to student discipline. In terms of the SEL program at the elementary school, one thing that we know is that having an embedded curriculum that teaches social emotional learning, that is research-based, supported through Yale University, is a powerful way of teaching students self-regulation skills. So what we appreciate about the Ruler program in particular is that students are able to name their emotions. They're able to label exactly how they're feeling, which should result in them being able to de-escalate their emotions. But again, all of this is developmental. So the rates in which kids can do that is a difficult thing to really be able to assess. But what we do know is that research supports having a research-based curriculum that is a SEL program that is embedded within your curriculum, which our teachers are excited about, which we know has, we've heard anecdotally from SUSA parents during my elementary listening tour, that it's one of the things that they've raved about in terms of the school. And we've seen the way in which students interact with the program. So does having the Ruler program cause us to have fewer behavioral infractions? That's a difficult thing for me to be able to answer because I wouldn't be able to quantify that. But I can tell you that all of the research supports you should have a research-based SEL program at your elementary level, which we do.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And just to clarify, I don't think an SEL program is only to look at the data point of behavioral outcomes, but as far as your second line of the climate of the welcoming, feeling of belonging in that building, I do believe you'll get that from some of the surveys. So it's just more of a question of, if we know we've had a program and we have our surveys already going, have been done before, it's just how the two are looking at it with those buildings that already have SEL. So thank you. And again, I am very appreciative of your thoughtfulness of putting it in multiple areas. My only last question, I promise. Again, unique because the curriculum already had the data presentation. There was some overlap of action steps from our presentation, the cabinet's presentation from Friday in your action steps. So for professional development, the ENL, the small group intervention. So some of it is overlapped, but there were some that I didn't see. So just to clarify was it not put in intentionally because it's too soon, or because it's not an action step, it's something that you're reviewing? So one of them would be the MTSS, I'm doing letters always wrong, but just choosing a data system. Is that just something you're gonna naturally be looking at, not really need to be a priority on your list?
Yeah, we have listed it as we're doing introductory training on MTSS. The next step further down the road, once we've done the introductory training, would be to look at a data dashboard, which is what we talked about at the curriculum meeting. But that is not a 25-26 goal.
Okay.
That would be a future goal.
This is the same question. The same question would be with the AIS services. So just, again, the presentation listed and kind of a review of our AIS services. Is that, again, because, same answer, it's not a 2025-26 goal?
No, that actually is a 25-26 goal, but the reason that it's not listed in here explicitly is because one thing to recognize is that this goals presentation reflects a moment in time, right? Each of these future presentations that we've put in that we've put on the board's agenda are going to further inform the work that needs to be done. So as we look at elementary data and we start talking about the percentage of kids that are below grade level and significantly below grade level, it causes us to ask other questions like, are we appropriately staffed in terms of academic intervention services? So this reflects a moment in time. And what you'll see is that there will be things that come up in these other presentations that may not be reflected in here, but doing the presentations is reflected in the goals. And then each presentation is a study in and of itself, which will have other data as a result.
Thank you.
Ms. Malani, I think you had something?
Yes, so thank you first for this very comprehensive and robust plan that we have before us. I agree with the others that it is incredibly thoughtful, and I'm grateful for that. You preempted some of my questions by addressing the issue with setting specific, even if realistic, targets at this point. So I will not grill you on the specific numbers that we're going after at this time. And I did have the same question as Sandra about setting reliable baselines, but after hearing you speak about that a bit more, I also appreciate that you are taking perhaps a more holistic view of the data gathering and baseline setting process than we have to date, because I know, past boards, this board last year, even today, we'll see with the K-8 presentation, there is data there. I think some folks might feel like, we have this baseline, but I think your holistic approach may give us some different insight into the direction we're heading, so I appreciate that. I expect that this plan is what will kind of serve as a blueprint for all of us during the budget planning process and budget season. So I'm expecting to see a lot of this again and again. So my question for you is sort of a big one, and just to understand how you are thinking through this process that's going to take us through the next 9 months. Is there anything, given how comprehensive this plan is there anything in it that you are approaching with particular urgency? What is your kind of house on fire, for lack of a better term, piece of this puzzle as we think about it moving into the year ahead?
So one of the things I want to just thank you for pointing out is that recognition that this is a process. So what we are doing tonight with this, a major part of putting together this action plan is to provide us with a blueprint for how to think about goals, how to think about measures, how to think about monitoring and reporting back progress to the board and the community. So in each iteration of this plan, you're going to see it take better shape, I should say, come into clearer focus as we, as we go through this. In terms of priorities, the number one thing that we have been looking at is where are our current levels of student performance? And as I indicated in my opening, all of these goals are meant to advance student learning. And, we have to measure our effectiveness based on our results. And we also, if we truly believe in continuous improvement, which I believe we as a district do believe in continuous improvement, then it causes us to reflect and to say, are the strategies that we were relying on last year working this year? And should we be continuing to look at those? Continuing to be looking at those. So what you're going to see tonight when Dr. Feeney does the elementary data presentation is you're going to see the need to further align our reading curriculum. And one of the things that I think is really essential for us is that we strengthen the foundation of our elementary experience so that our kids are well positioned and better positioned for middle school and high school. And the core of that is literacy. That is the absolute core of that. The district took a very important step last year in selecting a K-2 phonics program and ensuring that phonics was being delivered with fidelity across all 5 of our elementary school buildings. This year, and this is the second year of a reading committee that has been tasked with researching a research-based reading program to implement across our 5 elementary schools. So this year, that committee is researching the program, and they will select 2 to 3 programs to pilot for next school year. They're taking a very thoughtful approach that's going to include site visits, that's going to include bringing in vendors, that's going to include doing a deep dive on the possible programs. I think that holds the greatest potential for us to improve outcomes for students by strengthening their literacy skills.
Wonderful. Again, I just want to echo the comments made by everyone, and I am also very eager and excited that we're laying it out in the mannerism that we are, marrying our goals, looking at different ways to measure what we're doing and continuing to monitor, and then applying that towards our budget season. So thank you for that. And with that, I think we still want to hear from from Kaylin. Is that correct? Or unless you have more to report? Kaylin, welcome again. We would love to hear from you, so go right ahead.
Good evening. Last month, I attended the BOCE Student Board Member Training and Welcome event, which brought together student representatives from across Long Island. During the session, members of the New York State School Boards Association and several state legislators expressed their excitement about the growing initiative to include student voices on every Board of Education in New York State. This movement has become an increasingly popular and valued effort within state and local government, emphasizing how important it is for students to be a part of educational decision-making. We also heard from Luke Lippitt, a former ex officio board member, who shared strategies for effectively representing the diverse perspectives of students. He discussed ways to engage with students directly through surveys, research on student issues, and consistent opportunities for students to share feedback, whether that be through social media, informal gatherings, or structured events. Taking inspiration from that training, I've already begun implementing new ways to gather student voices from across our district. I'm currently working with building principals to organize virtual meetings with students, 5 from each elementary school and middle school, where I'll ask 2 simple but meaningful questions. One thing they're enjoying about school so far, and one thing they'd like to see improved. I plan to meet with students from 3 schools each month, ensuring that I hear from every school at least once every 2 months. I've already reached out to all the principals to begin scheduling these sessions. At the high school, I've also been reworking how student council can serve as a bridge between students and the Board of Education. I plan to transform our general council meetings into an open forum, where part of each meeting will be dedicated to me sharing updates on district policies and board discussions, and another part will allow students to raise their own concerns or ideas. I'm also working on ways to make these opportunities more visible, such as creating informational slides for the TVs around the school, posting updates on Student Council Instagram, and even partnering with Schreiber News Network to film a day in the life feature about serving as the ex officio member. Finally, I'd like to highlight a few current concerns that Schreiber students have been expressing and that I've been discussing with Dr. Baer. Many students are frustrated about the ongoing parking shortage, particularly as Weber staff have begun using some of the already limited student parking spaces. Seniors are also disappointed about the removal of senior quotes from the yearbook, a long-standing tradition that many feel is an important part of their final year at Schreiber. And lastly, transcripts have finally been finalized and are just now being sent to colleges. With October 15th deadlines and rolling admissions approaching, this has been causing a lot of stress for students who are eager to submit their college applications on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaylin. I appreciate that. Did you have any questions or comments about any of the conversations that were had earlier? Wonderful. Thank you. You know, at any point, you just feel free to raise your hand like everyone else. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, and with that, we're going to move on to community comments. At this time, we ask that you please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes. Any questions asked during the comment section or during your comment will be answered at the following board meeting during old business. And I know that we have a group of students. I think it's Brady Bailey, Daniel Ross, Jack Steinberg, Edna Keeney Bailey, and Gabriella Leader. If you would all like to stand up as our first group speaking. Out of respect of this large group speaking, we're giving you no time limit because you are students, so please go ahead in the order you would like to proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brady Bailey, and I'm a junior at Schreiber. We are here tonight as representatives of Transition Town Port Washington Youth Activists, a group dedicated to sustainability and environmental advocacy in our community. Over the past few school years, we focused on reducing plastic use in our school district. One of our major efforts was to work with the school district and Aramark to organize a highly successful plastic-free lunch day 2 years ago, which was the beginning of a phase out of plastics in the districts.
Hello, I am Jack Steinberg, a 9th grader at Schreiber. Unfortunately, while many plastics were successfully removed from the cafeteria, including plastic water bottles, most returned to the cafeterias last fall. Our attempt to repeat plastic-free lunch day last school year also faced significant setbacks. Despite our enthusiasm and planning, we received minimal communication from both the administration and Aramark. This lack of coordination made it impossible to organize the event in time, and as a result, it didn't happen. This was deeply frustrating for us, especially after the success of the event the year prior. It feels like we've taken a step backward. So, is plastic-free lunch day something you can see happening this school year?
Hi, I'm Gabriella Leader, and I'm an 8th grader at Weber Middle School. We want to be clear. We're eager to collaborate with the district. We believe that with the support from the school, we can continue to make meaningful environmental progress, but we can't do it alone. We need your help to make these changes possible. Can the school district work to phase out plastic all year round?
Good evening, my name is Daniel Ross, and I'm a 12th grade student at Schreiber. Each year, we've pushed hard to reduce the use of single-use plastics in our schools. The time we hosted Plastic-Free Lunch Day was a huge turning point in our organization and the schools. We were proud that all of our hard work had paid off. It was even featured in Newsday, and I remember how excited my peers and I felt seeing other students participate in something that could lead to significant change. Other districts have reached out to us, inspired by our work, and are now organizing their own plastic-free lunch days. While we were once leading the way, and now feels like we're falling behind, is the school district willing to put in an effort into continuing to be a leader in the global anti-plastic movement?
Research shows that microplastics are everywhere, from our oceans to inside of our own bodies. They have been detected in our lungs, placentas, and brains. These plastics can lower IQs and harm infertility and other serious health issues. Microplastics are microscopic pieces of plastic that are commonly ingested by plastic cutlery, bottles, containers, and more. One way to combat this is by using reusable dishware and cutlery in the cafeterias. Scientists are finding new ways plastic harm our bodies and ecosystems frequently. This raises major concerns for not only each and every person in this room, but also future generations. Is installing dishwashers in school cafeterias a possibility for the near future?
My name is Edna Keeney Bailey, and I'm an 8th grader at Weber Middle School. Continuing to push for a plastic-free cafeteria isn't just an environmental issue, it's a health issue. Reducing plastic use protects both the planet and the well-being of our generation and those to come. We hope you recognize this as an issue that needs to be tended to immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You guys had a lot of great information in there and several questions, so we will convene and have answers for those at our next board meeting. Thank you very much. But I know that the administration has also heard you. I don't believe there's anyone else signed up on our, there is, please come to the microphone, then you signed up after I took the names. You can come next. You can come on over.
Good evening, Dr. Posse, members of the board, and members of our community. My name is Sue Grazer, and I'm speaking tonight as a parent who cares deeply about our community and our students. First, I want to thank Dr. Posse for his openness and responsiveness to emails and questions I've sent. I know these conversations aren't easy, and I appreciate the effort he has undertaken to engage with the community since coming on board. At the same time, I also need to share, as clearly as I can, the concern that many parents and students are feeling. The grading policy changes were implemented too suddenly with too little explanation, and they simply are not fair to students already in high school, especially freshmen and sophomores. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the one recommended change not yet implemented, discussed earlier, AP and honors weighting. And while the new grading policy FAQ just came out a few hours ago, after reading it carefully, I remain concerned. To start, let's address the overarching question. Why are we doing this? The FAQ answer states that in 2018, the PGCD committee decided to address grade inflation, and it concluded its work in June 2025. Are we saying grade inflation concerns of 7 years ago were the main drivers of these changes? If a fix was critical, it strikes me it probably would not have needed to wait the better part of a decade. As unclear as the rationale for these changes is, the process followed here may be more concerning for a district that prides itself on an engaged community working together to get the best outcomes for our kids. Per the FAQ timeline, if the work concluded in June of 2025 and decisions had been made, why was the community led to believe this past spring was the start of a conversation around community feedback? And for some reason, after 7 years, we published these changes the day before the school year began and right as our new superintendent and guidance director joined. For me, that falls short of the level of feedback and engagement we should aspire to. And back to the issues. Students who take the same classes in different years and get the same grades will have different weighted GPAs. The district says it chose a single point in time implementation rather than a phased approach because it's more consistent. But consistent for whom? It's consistent for the students. It's not consistent for the students caught in the middle, those who will live with 2 systems on 1 transcript. Let's not move the goalpost on these kids in the middle of the game. If we're going to make a change, let's at least do it so each cohort has a single system on their transcript. And while the district points to alignment with neighboring schools, of the 9 school districts with weighted GPAs listed in the grading system comparison presented by the administration, only 1 provides less than 0.5 point weighting boost to AP classes. I'm not sure conformity for conformity's sake is a winning approach, but that's not even what we are doing here. Further, we have seen no evidence that lowering the weighting to 0.3 actually improves outcomes, whereas the data showing that this change benefits students, that it enhances learning, reduces stress, or improves college readiness. Finally, please don't confuse my passion. I thank you for your dedication to the goal, and thank you for your time and hopefully your reconsideration. Thanks.
You can leave your document there if you want, so we can put the full document into the record. We make sure we see all of your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have I saw the gentleman, he could speak next. Thank you.
Hello all. My name is John Alexander. I'm a substitute teacher here at Schreiber High School. And I appreciated this list of goals up here. Also, for context, last year I worked very closely in the ENL department, and I appreciated all of these goals about strengthening the department, strengthening there's lots of ideas about strengthening things, innovating things, opening opportunities. But working as a substitute teacher for the last year or so, I've met a lot of students who don't want that, who don't really care. So I'm curious if there are any ideas about how to get them interested in the first place. I've met plenty of teachers. I went to Schreiber, and even the teachers that were my teachers are doing something new. Everyone is doing something new. There's all sorts of pushes towards strengthening things and making things better. But you walk in the classroom and the students are sleeping. And that's not because of the teacher. And I know that you can't necessarily wake each individual student up or get each individual student interested. But I guess I just want to say everyone is doing some incredible work. And I don't think that you can necessarily change students. Dr. Posse, you said, developmentally they are where they are. But you also made the claim that the single most important thing to student success is effective teaching. And I disagreed with that. I don't think that that's the most, or the single most important thing. I think that we need to be met halfway. So yeah, I guess my question is, do you have any ideas of how to get them interested? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Feingold?
Good evening. My name is Jessica Feingold, and I am the Senior Co-President of the Parents Council. A key function of the Parents Council is to serve as an umbrella organization for the 9 other HSAs and PTAs in the district. As such, we make every effort to amplify parent voices and to foster communication and collaboration among HSAs and district administration. As we've heard, enhancing collaboration, communication, and community engagement are also goals that the administration and board share. How do we achieve these goals together? Well, we found that the best way to foster community engagement is to connect substantively on the issues that parents care about. One such issue is the grading policy revisions at the high school. In April, the curriculum committee saw the biggest crowd perhaps in its history when the high school grading policy committee presented its recommendations. There were dozens of parents there, many of who asked clarifying questions and expressed concerns about some aspects of the recommendations from both philosophical and implementation viewpoints. The back and forth exchange of information and ideas was the epitome of meaningful community engagement. Unfortunately, that meeting in April was where the community engagement ended on this issue. The grading policy revisions were communicated via a couple of emails during the spring break, a list of changes in a one-pager without elaboration. These changes were implemented without another community meeting, without a presentation to this full Board of Education, and without waiting for input from our new superintendent and new director of guidance. Parents were left frustrated and confused, especially parents of current 10th and 11th graders. I cannot adequately convey those concerns in my 3 minutes of time, but I can highlight the shortcomings of the process. The communicated changes were not coextensive with the original recommendations. They do not align middle school and high school grading for the same courses. The rationale for the changes are not clear and haven't been presented consistently, continuing through this afternoon when FAQs were released that noted publicly for what I believe is the first time that addressing grade inflation was the charge of the grading committee. Who charged the committee with trying to fix grade inflation? How is it problematic? And what data do we have to support that our grades are inflated compared to student grades in 2018 when the committee started its work, or to surrounding districts? We respect the time and effort that the grading committee put into this endeavor and understand that their work has been ongoing for quite a long time. But as parents, as stakeholders, we want to emphasize that meaningful engagement is an ongoing endeavor, and we do not view this process as satisfactorily completed. As such, Parents Council urges the board to direct the reopening of the entire grading policy for the high school to encompass not only further parent input, but the input of the full Board of Ed, Mr. Arini, our new guidance director, and Dr. Passy, the superintendent that this board hired to guide the direction of the district. I hope that going forward, important issues like this are presented to the community not just for the purposes of disclosure, but for a meaningful opportunity to collaborate on initiatives that will continue to help the district students succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Feingold, you can also leave your paperwork if you would like to.
I'll email it to you.
Okay, that sounds great. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Kelly McMasters, mom of 2 high schoolers and co-president of Ag8. On behalf of Ag8, I would like to begin by thanking the grading committee for the time and attention it devoted to this issue. As discussed earlier, since the recommended changes were brought to our attention last year, the community has responded with concern and confusion. As parent leaders who have been actively involved in the discussion, we are disappointed that the decision on the grading policy was made before the arrival of Dr. Passy, our new superintendent, and Mr. Arini, our new director of guidance. At the end of the last school year, it seemed the committee would not move forward with the significant policy shifts until new leadership had the chance to contribute their perspectives. Moving forward without them missed an important opportunity to build consensus and trust with the parent and student community. While we support some of the proposed changes, we are deeply concerned that the committee chose not to adopt a do no harm policy for the New York State Regents exams, instead opting for a policy where the exams will not be considered at all in a final course grade. We believe this misses an opportunity for our students. As the name states, do no harm ensures that Regents scores can only help, not hurt, students' final averages. We do not understand this decision, given that the New York State requires all students to sit for these exams, and Schreiber students spend precious academic time preparing for these tests. In addition, Regents exam grades continue to appear on student transcripts and therefore remain part of how the colleges view student performance. In today's FAQ, it was noted that this policy change targeted a consistency issue, yet this decision creates a new one. At the middle school level, Regents exam grades are counted toward final course grades, while at the high school, the new policy would completely disregard them, creating a clear inconsistency across the district. Importantly, most of our neighboring districts have a do no harm policy regarding Regents scores. As a result, their students benefit from a system that encourages motivation and recognizes achievement, while Port Washington students are left without the same opportunities and lose out on the benefit of grades earned through their own hard work and reflecting the board goal of striving for excellence. Schreiber students deserve the same balanced approach of do no harm that many of their local peers enjoy, along with policies that support their hard work. For these reasons, we respectfully urge that the Board of Education and administrators work in collaboration with the committee to reconsider these policy changes. At a minimum, we would appreciate a clear understanding of how the stated intent of combating grade inflation became a goal of this committee 8 years ago, and whether grade inflation remains a priority of this new leadership. We also request a meaningful opportunity for community input moving forward through additional town hall meetings or thought exchange surveys. Thank you, as always, for this work and for your ongoing dedication to the students of Port Washington, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any more community comments? Wonderful. With that, then we're going to move on to our discussion items. Our first discussion item, thank you for your patience, Chris, is from our external auditor who is going to be presenting our audit report. I'd like to introduce Chris Schneider from R.S. Abrams. And Chris, we can share the clicker with you if you want to come to the microphone here and you have your books, I'll help you with that.
Oh, you speaking here? Sure.
We can.
Can you turn anything on? All right, good evening, everybody. So, again, my name is Chris Schneider. I am representing the external auditors. We are R.S. Abrams for Port Washington Union Free School District. Yesterday, during the audit committee meeting, we presented the full results of our audits. So today I'll be giving a brief summary of what we spoke about. We did follow these slides with a lot more discussion. Today, hopefully, will be a briefer summary of that. It won't be an hour and a half. But again, great discussions. So most importantly, as a result of our audit, we give a series of deliverables, the district-wide financial statements for the district as a whole, the extra classroom activity funds financial statements, which is for your student activity clubs. We have a governance letter, which is what we're required to communicate to the board and to management per our auditing standards. And lastly, something we call a management letter, which is where we offer internal control, efficiency recommendations, and any issues that we encounter during the audit. Most importantly, though, and the first item on this slide here is the fact that they were unmodified opinions on the financial statements, which means that you received clean opinions. So again, big props. This is a large district. There's a lot of nuances here. To have a clean opinion is a testament to the strength of the business office. So thank you to Kathy, thank you to Donna, thank you to Jessica, to everybody involved in this process. Okay. Hopefully I don't have that every slide I go to. So moving on, I had mentioned before the management letter, which is a summary of areas where we think there can be improvements in controls. So this year we did have one finding and recommendation around capital assets and the completeness and accuracy of that report. That was a finding last year. I did acknowledge yesterday in that meeting that there were significant improvements from last year. So I do want to make sure that's well known. There are some things to continue to clean up, but again, the district is aware we've had those discussions and we are confident that going forward, those issues will be resolved. Also of importance, the extra classroom accounts last year had a series of issues. This year, we did not see such issues. So again, a testament to the improvements made by the business office, the oversight of the business office. Extra classroom specifically is a challenging area for all districts. Lastly, and not to get into too much info before I move on to the detailed slides, there's a series of required communications that we're required to give you as to the board and to management and to you as the public. So long story short, there were some corrected misstatements. The financial statements that will ultimately be sent to New York State and posted on the district's website are ultimately clean, fairly stated, all is good there. So just moving on quickly to an analysis of your fund balance. Again, there's a series of funds that are housed in your financial statements, inclusive of your general fund, which is that voter-approved budget and all of your regular operations, quote unquote. Of importance, there is a limit on the fund balance that you can aggregate called unassigned fund balance. It is 4% of next year's budget. Good to report that Port Washington is at that 4% level, which is a good sign, and that's what the state is looking for you to have maintained. You also have a series of reserves here, which are, well, in layman's terms, buckets that you can set aside for certain purposes to fund certain expenditures in current years, again, all in line with state regulations. Again, just for anyone who's interested, this is a roll forward from prior year to current year of those various reserves. Again, there's a series of reserves here, all for different purposes. During this particular year, the district both funded certain reserves, as you can see here, as well as used certain reserve monies for certain expenditures. Again, each of these is specific to a particular use. For example, the first one here, just for context, Employee Retirement System Reserve. The district is able to set aside monies so that in future years, when you're paying your employer contributions on those eligible employees, you can use this reserve to offset those payments. The last important item that I want to go over here is an analysis of that general fund that I mentioned before. So the next two slides here are comparatively showing revenues, what we call other financing sources, just another type of revenue. And on the next slide here, expenditures across all the different functions and expenditure types. So in terms of major fluctuations that we think are worth acknowledging, if we look, real property taxes increased, again, in line with the voter-approved tax levy increase in that voter-approved budget. You had an increase in your other property tax items, which is due to an increase in pilots. Pilots are payments in lieu of taxes. So again, rather than paying taxes, certain properties are able to pay these pilots. Lastly here, you had some increases in lottery aid and chapter tuition aid, which are part of that state aid bucket. I know Kathy mentioned that briefly before. As it relates to expenditures, there was an increase in general support due to salary increases, as well as use of BOCES. Again, part of our discussion yesterday. Often increases in BOCES service usage is purposeful, as there is an aid component to that that you get a reimbursement percentage for, which is advantageous to the district. Instruction costs, again, the largest bucket of costs for a school district, including Port Washington, went up due to salary increases, as well as more costs related to students with disabilities. Again, this is a trend that we're seeing across districts. And lastly here, and similarly in line with trends we see at other districts, employee benefits costs increase. There are higher premium costs for healthcare. I know that was mentioned here before, and also higher employer pension contributions for both the ERS and TRS systems, again, in line with salary increases. Last thing I'm going to touch on here, there was a new accounting standard that affected certain estimates on your district-wide financial statements. It does not affect your day-to-day operations of the district, so I'll just leave it at that. So with that, I will shift to the last slide and take any questions from anybody.
Wow, that was very abbreviated. Lovely. We did have a long conversation in audit committee, so thank you again for that. I'm going to turn to the trustees to see if they have any questions. Jess, you have one? Okay, go ahead, Jess.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear we're in sound financial shape. We worked very hard for many years as a board to make sure that was the case. At the very beginning, you mentioned some cleanup work on the capital assets. Do you have a sense, or really is it up to our administration as to how much more is involved and how much longer that will take?
I'm confident based on discussions with management that this will be cleaned up in the coming year. So basically it's just a reconciliation of what is your activity during the year, what are you capitalizing? Obviously there's a lot of projects going on at this district, a lot of construction in progress, so it's just managing and tracking those projects and reporting it appropriately so that we can then interpret that and report it in the financial statements.
So we're on track. We're in good stead and plodding along, and the time frame looks good.
Correct. Yeah, and just to clarify, that commentary doesn't have anything to do with progress of projects. It's not a criticism of construction progress, basically. It's capital assets are required to be reported for CASB financial statements, so it's just specifically speaking about the aggregation of information for the financial statements.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you again for your thorough presentation, for sitting through our presentations this evening, and we appreciate, again, everything you guys do, so thank you. And for the public, this information will be posted on our website once the board approves and adopts it. Thank you so much.
Thanks again. Take care, everybody. You want this back?
Leave it right there because our next presenter can go ahead and utilize it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody.
Dr. Feeney, it's before 10 p.m., but you are our third presentation. We know you like to do it that way. So we're welcoming Dr. Feeney for our third presentation. It is going to be a discussion on our elementary data overview. And with that, we turn it over to you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of the data from our school district. As has been mentioned a few times, the curriculum committee on Friday saw a lengthy overview and a detailed overview of the data. This is the Reader's Digest condensed version. I don't think I'm going to be quite as short as our auditor. That was very impressive, but we'll do what we can here. This is important. I think this really frames our look at data. We still are, among a lot of our colleagues, data tends to be a scary term. They feel it. You start talking about data, you're losing the child, you're losing somehow the whole child, and that can't be anything but the truth. That's an important part of our students and what they do. Our data in this district, they're not a verdict, they're a roadmap. They help us see what's working, where progress is strong, and where we need to focus next. That's the value of data. So over the past few years, we've invested heavily in building systems. We've aligned curriculum, we've strengthened professional development, and we've expanded data use at every level. So this foundation is what's allowing us to move from individual efforts towards a more coherent, district-wide instructional approach. Our executive summary, just some of the overview, certainly in the full presentation, which is posted on the district website. This one, the abridged version, will also be posted. Mathematics, we've had a lot of success in terms of what our math program has done for our instructional practices as well as student achievement. Literacy, we see some progress in the early grades where, as Dr. Posse mentioned earlier, each school has its own K2 phonics phonemic awareness program, and that's paying off already. Equity remains a focus, looking at our subgroup participation. The new iReady diagnostic has given us some data in a more consistent way, no opting out, so we're getting a fuller picture of our district. And really the next step is clear. We want to make sure that every child becomes a confident reader, and we want to plan now as we continue the work towards a literacy program. So our 2024-2025 New York State assessments, sort of this broad district overview. We've seen this, the black bar, that's the Nassau County average. The Nassau County average for the 2025 school year is not out yet. That's why there are no black bars on that third reddish color bar. You see, by and large, we are above the Nassau County average, which is well above the state average as well. Whether that's where we want to be, where we should be, as indicated by some of Dr. Posse's comments earlier, we have a target, really, of a much higher proficiency rate. Although we've seen some great growth, there's still some areas that we need to work on. So this is our ELA proficiency. Next slide, our mathematics proficiency. Once again, not once again, but it should be noted that in 8th grade for mathematics, our 8th grade accelerated students, the algebra students, they're not taking the 8th grade, the Math 8 assessment, so we're actually missing those scores from this. Those would typically do quite well in the Math 8 assessment. Even with those students missing, we had a big increase in the 8th grade mathematics proficiency. Expectations, right? So there's Michael Fullen, who is writes a lot about schools, about the change process, talks about an implementation dip that can occur when you're in the middle of a change process. So he's reminding us that when we have new initiatives, we often see these short-term fluctuations as teachers develop new skills, and we want to keep in mind that variability during that process, that's part of growth. Some classes, some grades will improve more quickly than others. Some may take longer to stabilize. That's normal, and that's expected as we learn together. That's not an excuse. That's not an apology ahead of time. That's a fact, and we want to keep that in mind as we are looking at data. Because once again, we're not using the data to judge anybody, right? We're using it to look at where our students are and make a plan for moving forward. Our building level proficiency, so these slides will show how the results are playing out across our different schools. We're going to see some strong growth in some of our schools, others where they had some strong areas of growth, others that dipped. We're already analyzing those data with the principals. At the end of the day, every one of our schools has a pocket of excellence. And, our job is to take those pockets and really create an umbrella of excellence across the district. I'm going to go through these quickly. The data are up there. I just want to focus attention on a way of looking at these results. On the left side of each of these following slides, you'll have the ELA results for 2023, 24, 25. On the right side, the mathematics results. You've got the grade levels going across horizontally. The proficiency rate defined by the state for these exams, students who are getting level 3 and level 4. They are demonstrating grade level proficiency or exceeding it. So typically you will look at that, you go across grade 3, for example, at Daly, they went from 65%, 63%, 75%. That's an important way of looking at these data points. Mathematics, 71 in grade 3 in 2023 to 79 to 84. That's an important way of looking at it. You look at it that way, you're just pulling out the cohort, the grades. Each cohort's a little different. Each group of students is a little different. So another way to look at this, an additional way, as we're looking horizontally, is to look diagonally. So taking a look at these cohorts, you go down in 2023, that grade 3 cohort, they became the grade 4 cohort in 2024, and they became the grade 5 cohort in 2025. You see their improvement across those 3 grades go from 65%, 71% to 84%. Grade 4 jumping from 69 to 85. So as you're looking at these charts laid out this way, this is another way of reflecting on the data, trying to track it across a cohort as they go through the school. Mathematics as well, you see some of that. I'm going to flip through all of the data points are there for the 5 schools without belaboring it. Guggenheim, same way, looking at the data. Pause for a few moments. Manor Haven, that diagonal look as well. Sousa. And Salem. And this is Weber. So these are the data points. These are the proficiency rates by grade level. We have data disaggregated in many different ways for all of these exams. One important way to look at it is our subgroup proficiency. If you look at a few key subgroups, specifically our ENL students, our ED, economically disadvantaged students, and our SWD, students with disabilities, those are their proficiency rates on these same exams. So you're seeing the overall proficiency rate, and above each of those sections to point out the participation rate. Much higher participation rate overall than you do for these subgroups. Low participation, especially last year for ENL, 46% took the exams. That's a high opt-out rate for our economically disadvantaged students, 53%. And for our students with disability, 53% participated. Those are not high participation rates, especially compared to the overall rate, and you see much lower proficiency rates as well. This matters. This subgroup performance, it tells a story of gaps. So even as we're progressing as a whole, we still have gaps. And you address these gaps instructionally, through small group instruction, targeted interventions, and increased, services, and the E&L push-in services were mentioned a few times. That's our district subgroup performance ELA, and for mathematics. Subgroups of finding greater proficiency in mathematics than in than in ELA, excuse me. As mentioned, these instructional shifts we're putting in place, they're there to support all learners, but they are particularly important for our subgroups. And it is, of course, worth mentioning that, some students might be part of more than one subgroup. You can be economically disadvantaged as well as a student with disabilities. There are also, it's often sort of the stepchild of assessments, but there is a science assessment that is given to students as well. That changed, the nature of the assessment changed in 2024. Prior to that, we consistently had extremely high proficiency rates, well into the 80s and 90s. They stopped giving the elementary science exam in 2023. That's why there's no bar for that year. And that was the last year of the old standards. They changed the grade 4 science test to a grade 5 science test starting 2024. And it was tough across the state. Even with that, our 62% proficiency, well above Nassau County average. In the 8th grade, which usually had huge passing rates, their proficiency rate dipped, but was way above the county average, almost twice the county average. Those rates both improved in 2025. So those 2 years of science, that's an important baseline so we can understand both the nature of the exam, what's being assessed, how it's being assessed. And teachers can then, as part of the professional development cycle, make changes and adjustments. So the other important data piece, we looked at the state data. That's covering only grades 3 through 8. And one of the big gaps with the state data, of course, is the fact that not all of our students are taking those state tests. Certainly not our kindergartens, first graders, second graders. And even within the 3 through 8, we have a lot of students who continue to opt out. That's a statewide issue. So this is where the being able to look at our diagnostic results, K through 8, essentially 100% participation, only a handful of kids don't take it because of absences, illness, whatever it might be. Those become very important data points. As mentioned, we switched from NWEA to iReady, and we're using iReady in a way we simply did not use NWEA in the past. So I do have in the presentation, the iReady diagnostic screener has proven to be a strong predictor of achievement on the 3 through 8. So it does serve as a good guide to see how students will be able to achieve on the state tests. So Port Washington, New York State, national comparisons for the iReady results. Our district results are these ones, that fourth bar. You see in this students who are mid or above grade level, that's the darker green, early on grade level, 1 grade below, 2 grade levels below, and 3 or more grade levels below. So you're looking at mathematics on the left side, and you're looking at the reading on the right side. This is a comparison of 2 points in time, our fall administration and our spring administration, looking especially at the growth, right? Listen, kids are in school. You take a test, a pre-test in the fall, and then you take one in the spring, you're looking for growth, right? Absolutely. And what would you normally expect for most kids? They're going to have a year's worth of growth in that year of instruction. What's impressive about this is taking a look at where our students who were 2 or 3 grade levels below, the dark red or the light red, that really decreased, meaning we were able to pull those kids, the 11% and the 7%, those 18% got reduced down to 8% who were 2 or more grade levels below. So that's significant. That's moving some kids more than just 1 grade level. Within iReady, this is an example of the wealth of data available. These domain level comparisons, these are the various domains that really go across K through 8, numbers operation, algebra, algebraic thinking, measurement and data, and geometry, which always seems to be sort of left behind, especially in the older grades. You see the national norms as well as the district. And by and large, we are above the national norms, at least 5% in most of those different domains. This is mathematics, and this is in our reading. Once again, in the mathematics, we don't have our 8th grade algebra kids taking this assessment. So students certainly scored above the national norms. But, when you're looking at, students placing mid or above grade level compared to the national norms, mid or above, we want to see those numbers higher than where they are right now. So looking at the same subgroups that we looked at earlier with the district testing, well, we're seeing better proficiency rates, certainly. We're capturing more students, right? All of these students are testing in the different subgroups. Nice growth with our ENL population going from 19 to 52, as well as our economically disadvantaged and our students with disabilities. This is not as perhaps alarming as the 3 through 8 data, but it still indicates we've got some gaps, and we've got a lot of work to do with some of these subgroups. We've got similar patterns appearing here, certainly overall progress, but work needed for our ENL, our economically disadvantaged students, as well as our students with disabilities. And once again, as I indicated earlier, those instructional practices that help support our students with disabilities, our ENL students, and our economically disadvantaged students, those instructional practices are good instructional practices for all students. ELA proficiency as well. Within each subgroup, we're seeing growth. Not where it needs to be, but it is. I think overall, and once you start, you may not see it as much in this sort of quick overview. Very happy with the results, with our mathematics, the instructional strategies that are being implemented, and we see lots of growth. It should be noted that is not just because of the new program. There are a lot of wonderful curriculum packages. The growth and the change is the result of the work and the efforts of hundreds of incredibly dedicated teachers that had to go about and almost in many ways learn to be a new teacher again mathematically. And learn a different approach, and they did an incredible job. The district invested a lot in professional development, new materials, and a dedicated staff. You had these components that made a huge difference in the implementation for math. I want to talk a little bit about AIS services briefly. We've had some presentations in our curriculum committee where we've discussed this. This has been primarily elementary. You've seen some snapshots of Weber, but students are arriving at Weber still in need of academic intervention services. 53 students out of a class of roughly 400 in grade 6 needing mathematics and 65 needing reading. In the 6th grade, 66 need reading in the 7th grade, and 79 needing reading in the 8th grade. We've got work to do, right? So we're not preparing our students as well as they need to be prepared to get to Weber, and we need to continue to be able to support them so they can grow when they are at Weber. And this is really about, and you've heard in other presentations discussing that tier 1 instruction, that whole class instruction at the at all levels, and that's something we need to really work on. Road ahead. We've got a unified program in mathematics. We've got strong professional development. We've got embedded support. We've got growth. Literacy, it's uneven. We've made a lot of growth. We've brought in some resources. It's just we don't have that consistent coherence, a coherent approach, both in terms of materials, professional development, and the embedded support. That's part of what we're striving to do, and certainly the work of the reading committee is one important part of that. Certainly the literacy results, they're inconsistent across the schools, across the grades, and that's where, that's telling us we really need to focus on that literacy. Some of the budgetary implications, we'll go into this more detail, but it's always good to get this on the radar of our board. Implementing that new K-5 program in 2027, the fall of 2027, clearly we have to have advanced planning, ongoing coaching, ongoing support. It's going to be a heavier lift than bringing in a new mathematics program because we're going to be needing to purchase a lot of both consumables as well as permanent books for classrooms, so on and so forth. So just from a materials point of view, I've talked about instructional coaches to the Board of Education in the past. That's what helps us sustain excellence, both for our instructional approaches as well as our student achievement. So having that new K-5 reading program, I think we're going to need literacy coaches. We're moving away from bringing in external support for mathematics. We're helping to build some of our capacity, but we need to think about numeracy coaches as well to continue to support that mathematics program. We've made a lot of progress. The worst thing that can happen is to let that progress slip away in the years ahead. And certainly the staffing levels for our, make sure we have enough staffing for our AAS services. The reading, we've got two great co-chairs, Dr. Barcella, who is our administrator for literacy, and Dr. Traiani, who is one of our Guggenheim 5th grade teachers, dedicated to literacy, working well, collaborating with each other. They're in year 2, where they're going to be reviewing programs, visiting districts, and bringing in some vendors to showcase some of this stuff. Strengthening our AIS, this is an important step. The consistent delivery, an important part of this was the RTI plan that was approved last year, rolled out, discussed in our curriculum committee, and we're putting that forward with teachers and making decisions on staffing based on that and getting kids the support they need. Ms. Diaz as well as Dr. Barcella have already started data meetings, meeting with the AIS providers, the principals, to go over student results and looking at it. These data points are important parts of our student stories. Subgroup support, more ENL push-in services. There are a lot of advantages to the push-in services. And but what's most important, I think, with any delivery of ENL services, whether it's a pull-out or a push-in, is a consistent, supported program. And what we've been able to do, with our schools, all of them are trying push-in services, not necessarily at every grade level. Manor Haven serving as a role model for how it could look. And, we're watching that. We're looking to see how students do, but we're very encouraged by what we see right now. This focus on small group instruction in the classroom, that's going to support all of our students, but especially our Tier 1, Tier 2 instruction. That's a big part of our PD this year. Literacy, ENL, mathematics, ongoing PD, ongoing support for these areas. And that's been going on and will continue throughout the year. Math progress, what we've done, what we put in place, both in terms of the work of the PGCD Math Subcommittee, as well as the professional development support, the rollout, and the district support. That's a great model, and that's what we're trying to follow with our literacy. And, we do that, we put it ahead. We're going to be talking about all of our success as we move forward with our literacy. Our students are only as successful as the opportunities we give them to learn. We want to continue giving them lots of opportunities to learn the best they can in the way they can. I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney, for that very thorough presentation, even though it was abridged from the even more thorough
You want
presentation.
thorough, you go watch Fridays.
Exactly. I did watch Fridays. It was very thorough. Thank you. And with that, we'll open it up to questions from the board, and we will start at this end. I know the curriculum committee did not get to ask their questions at the meeting, so how convenient. They're all sitting here in a row. Ms. Alvarez, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. So 2 logistic questions. I don't need an answer, just something I didn't see in the slides, but I'm wondering how our participation rates compare to other neighboring districts. It was nice. Okay, I'll start with, thank you so much for a very detailed report. I really appreciate everything you have done and all the thought you put into presenting it thoroughly. I have to nitpick on the next steps for the next slides for future presentations. So I personally really appreciated that you put in very user-friendly, the little black tab of the Nassau part with the state test where we align with Nassau neighboring districts. Okay, so my only question would be, does that same little tab exist so that we can see how we are with our participation rates?
Yeah.
Do you want to answer that? I mean, for future slides?
I will say, just as someone who has looked at these data points for many, many years, our participation rate, whether you call it the participation or the opt-out rate, is nothing. It's not exceptional. It's not super high. It's not super low. It's just there.
Okay, thank you. So similar question with the comparing, that little tab that you used. So I just wonder how we average in performance in subgroups compared to neighboring districts as well.
That I did not include, and that would be something we would have to look into. We could. We have looked at some of that, but I'm not going to quote it, especially when we're looking at some of the ENL. And it'd be hard to do for what I will say. And if you look at, you compare the iReady, where we're getting 100% participation essentially, and you compare it to the 3 through 8, there's a huge discrepancy, right? So I can go to a report card and I can get those subgroups at other districts, but that may not tell the real story either. I think the iReady data are telling a more complete story of our subgroups because those subgroups have low participation rates.
Which brings me to my next question that you prefaced, the correlation. When it comes to subgroups, so the correlation between the state test and the iReady was glaring of a difference. With performance, right? There was a difference in performance level. So I want to hope that the iReady is a truer tell of the performance. The only thing is that in your slides, you added a little tab that iReady, the correlation, why correlation matters. So between the iReady and the state test, you showed how important it is. Well, this research shows that test it's really important that both tests have similar performance to show the validity of the test. So it was bizarre to me to see the subgroups not have such correlation. And I'm not saying that there's an issue with the iReady testing, because it's actually ironic that they scored better in iReady when we don't offer accommodations. It was very ironic. I'm being cynical right now. It's very bizarre to me that we had almost full participation in an iReady screener with subgroups who performed better and no accommodations.
So what I will say to that is, touche on the no accommodations. I'm glad you brought that up. That's true. That is a fact. But we also don't know who is taking the test, right? So when you're missing half of your subgroup, you don't know which half is taking it. So it's really hard to say, we're not missing 3 or 4 kids. We're missing a chunk when you're looking at our ENL population that only has a roughly 50% participation rate. So it's tough to know. It's not to say there's not a correlation, but you're missing so many, that's a huge gap. So it's easy to extrapolate for the larger, harder when you get into that smaller group, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
So also one of my questions was originally, before I saw the results, was going to be how was the decision, did you get any thought on the decision of not having accommodations for the iReady? But I'm like at a loss because they performed better with no accommodations, or I don't really know how to feel about the fact that we still don't have accommodations for the iReady.
So, we've said this, I really truly do not believe we should have accommodations. That is,
I know you don't.
Right, that duly noted, right? So we've had this conversation. We are trying to get a sense of where the kids are, and that helps guide the instructional approach, the interventions we will need to do. So if they're getting the accommodations right there, it's giving us a false understanding of where we might be. They will get their accommodations on the high-stake tests, not necessarily, but not on the screener. The screener is there to see, hey, where are you right now? And what do we need to give you so you can be successful? Unless Dr. Allen wants to add anything to that.
No, I think that last point that you just made is key, right? That not giving the accommodations on the iReady enables us to really flush out what do they need on these high-stakes tests. So that's been a shift for us, but I think a very positive one.
Dr. Allen said that last point I made was key.
Yeah.
Just I wanted that in the microphone.
The next question might be for Dr. Allen. So I did ask this at curriculum, and I didn't ask the second part of the question, and I'm embarrassed I didn't even think to ask at that same meeting. But you clarified that our students in 2 of our programs, our 12-1 programs, 12-1-2 programs, do take both of these tests. However, our students in TLC and INVEST do not take these tests. So my question is, when and how can we see how our students in TLC and INVEST performed on the New York State Alternative Assessment Testing Program?
So that's more of a portfolio assessment. So we do get a score back, but it's taken over the course of time, and we're able to compare that to their student IEP goals, right? That's the comparison for those students.
Is that something that could ever, so in a similar type of presentation, is that something that ever could be presented, or is that so specific to the student?
The IEP goals are very specific to the student, but we do get information back on the NISA, so if there was an opportunity and the board wanted to hear more about that, we could.
Maybe I should take that back. I'll bring it up at another time with the board, but I'm just gonna do my last question.
I think you should bring it up in curriculum committee, and then you do a deep dive there. That's what you do.
This topic has passed curriculum committee, but I will think about how I'm gonna phrase it, maybe at new business. Okay, sorry, my last, because I know everyone has questions, so I apologize. My only comment, so for me, I'm gonna, we brought it up in the priority goals and action plan about the reason no data-specific numerical, numbers that you're going to reach for all the reasons you listed. And I'm in agreement with that. I understand it. Now I understand it. The only thing I will mention, and I just have to make a statement, is in the last 2 years, the subgroup's performance was of great notice. And I don't think it was a surprise, right? I think no one got this information last week and was surprised that our subgroups were going to perform differently than the overall, right? The only thing I'm going to mention is in the last 2 years, this district has eliminated E&L and special education positions in back-to-back years. And if anything, this data shows a very high, dire need for focus in both those departments. I hope in the coming months, we are presented something of substance at the end of this year on why such reductions might have benefited these groups instead of potentially had a negative impact. So I will wait to see with further clarification. And I'm not saying there's a correlation, but I hope to see that there is no correlation.
Do you have more questions or? Okay, Ms. Malconian, thank you.
That's it?
That's it. You're very snarky at 9:30, Dr. Feeney.
Only it's 9:47.
It's 9:45.
You should see me at 10 o'clock.
I think he's doing very well, given the fact that
Good Lord.
I would just want, I think he's doing very well, given the fact that he's been going probably since about 5 or 6 o'clock this morning. So. Grace.
4.
Yeah.
Okay. I have an easy one. You want to start with the easy one?
As you choose.
Please just, I'm not following what this language means. In your next steps for literacy, you use the term building language comprehension through read-alouds. Can you explain what that means?
So that is an example of one of the professional development sessions we have. We actually have that scheduled for our October 21st Superintendent's Conference Day. Read-alouds, when you're reading aloud into a classroom, right? There are different ways of conducting a read aloud and making the most of those read alouds. So we're having a session for our pre-K, K1, 2 teachers, and then another one separate differently for our 3, 4, 5 teachers. That's all.
That's what I thought it meant. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Last year or the year before, I think it was the year before, you and Dr. Baer, in fact, had conversations with us about the BOCES data warehouse and using error analysis to help guide our teachers' instruction. Am I saying all that correctly so far? 9:50?
You're doing well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there such a thing, and is it of value for looking at our elementary data in the same way?
Oh, yeah, it's being done. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a value. It's the Instructional Data Warehouse, IDW. Our E&L department, for example, last year all received some targeted professional development on that. We have data meetings, certainly at the high school level, looking at the data, because it's not just the 3 through 8 scores, it's all the regents, but even these iReady scores will get dumped into the data warehouse, as well as our AP offerings. We spent a lot of time on that, and I think over the last several years, we have truly increased our capacity, both from an administrative point of view, but even among a lot of teachers. At one of our elementary schools at Sousa, they are in their year 2 of a data-wise project in partnership with Nassau BOCES. You've got a team of teachers who are digging into the data. I attended their opening one the first week of school this year, their opening session, and the kinds of questions and conversations taking place among those teachers was just so impressive, and really it allows you to really fine tune, well, on this standard, we see that our fourth graders struggled, and what can we do differently? And you do a few things, you tweak a few things, you roll it up, put it out there, and you're able to see the change at the end of the year. So absolutely. Long answer to a quick question.
Thank you. And again, I put things back here in a file and then I try and retrieve them, and sometimes they come out all mixed up. So the other memory I have is talking about the push-in models versus the pull-out models for both our students with disabilities as well as our Ls. Do I remember correctly that part of the conversation was around curricular consistency for pull-out in terms of standards and content, and that there's a value in keeping the students in the classrooms so that they're experiencing the full value of the instruction and the content?
There are, for some students, they absolutely need to be pulled out, right? And whatever level they might be tested at, it requires, and the services need to be delivered, absolutely. For a lot of students, a push-in model can be very effective. Are there some disadvantages? One could certainly find disadvantages to a push-in model, but if you are doing it with consistency, it does have some real good advantages. You're able to get that curricular continuity because you're not pulling them from the classroom, so they're not missing that whole class instruction. You have an opportunity for a greater collaboration and understanding of what's happening in that regular classroom. I think there are studies that indicate that that push-in model can help improve students' sense of inclusion and belonging because they're not being pulled from the classroom. So, and you don't have the lost time, whether it's traveling the hallway, whatever it might be. So certainly there are a lot of positive factors. It doesn't have to be a one or the other, right? We were really essentially on only one side. There are students who will continue to be pulled out. They have to be, depending on what level they're in. But this push-in model, especially if you can support it with the teachers and the training, is already proving to be very powerful in helping our ENL students. And, I've got more data up in my pocket to show at some point.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilliard?
I'm going to try to be very brief. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm going to start with, I said this on Friday, but I know different people watch our different meetings and you weren't able to be there on Friday. So I do want to start with the thank you. The Friday version had even more information than tonight, which already had a great deal of information. I know you tried to abridge. I don't think you have a future as a Cliff Note writer. But
there was 65 slides. I'm down, and I spoke quickly.
It was down a percentage. I'm not complaining. I like the detailed version.
Wow.
So I'm glad you didn't cut it down further. I really appreciate the detail here, especially because what's here is a very stark, honest representation of what's going on, and the first step in figuring out how we need to improve and where we need to improve is being able to have an honest conversation about where we are without trying to hide it or excuse it. And then we move forward from here and we try to improve where we need improvement and celebrate where we're good. So I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate all the work that this symbolizes that is to come. So I'm going to stick to one question because I know it's really late. As I look at these various bar graphs, I see a lot of spaces with an opportunity. And I know some of it and the obvious ones are places where we need to go up in our proficiency ratings, but there were also spaces where we're starting higher and then the improvement between the two proficiencies is maybe not huge. I guess in any, in any situation where you're just sort of trying to figure out how to improve, is the strategy for looking at, where we need to pull children up to just like a base level that should be higher than where they're at, versus the places where we have kids that are performing really well, maybe from the get-go, and we could get more out of them? Is the strategy the same to tackle those same two issues? In other words, to like challenge kids where they're at to get them to a higher level? Is it the same at all levels of performance, let's say like lower, middle, higher end?
So that is an excellent question, and I think that's a really important point. I'm sure you've read Jim Collins, right? He's been around for a long, long time. Good to great is hard, right? It's a lot easier to go from, a dumpster fire to good, right? But good to great is really hard. So how do you do that? You have to do it by digging in, right, and looking at the details. We have a lot of students, and some of this was discussed in our literacy presentation at the curriculum committee last year. There's some students that are perfectly fine. Toss them a book, they'll go in the corner, they'll read, boom, 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 boom. There are others that absolutely need direct instruction and really specific, careful instruction. And they'll get the same proficiency, they just need a different way to get there. You need to know who is where. And looking at, for example, those gaps and seeing what our subgroups are, okay, those are the students we do have to focus, because we can get them to great. We have a lot of students at great, but we need to move those students who are not at proficiency, multiple grades below, get them to, in 1 year, get them from 3 grades below to maybe just 1 grade below, and then the following year, they're at grade level. Right? So it's a 2-year project, but you focus on those students. You've got to be consistent and persistent. And as you do that, that's how at this point, and it is similar to the conversation we had, I think Dr. Bear and I had this conversation our first year. How do you go from a graduation rate of 95%, where a lot of people would say, hey, that's pretty good, to a graduation rate of 99%, right? You've got to remember that each percentage represents students, right? Those aren't numbers, those are students. So as we're pushing that proficiency rate, as long as we remember and we translate those numbers and remind everyone they are students, that helps motivate people. So as we see you focus on those students who are underachieving, you do the interventions, you do the support, whatever needs, you push them into, maybe from a level 2 to a level 3. Maybe they're going from a level 1 to a level 2 1 year, and then 2 to 3. You can't give up once they go up one level. You've got to keep pushing them up. And you can't expect it to turn like that. But it's that consistency and the persistency that has to continue. You need to know the data. You've got to know which students will make a difference. You don't go from 95% graduation rate to 99 without knowing who are those 4%. And it's the same with any of these numbers. You need to dig down. And when you can look at, okay, where are the students who are struggling? Who has plateaued? Why have they plateaued? And that's looking at data. I mean, you just sheets and sheets. You think this is a long presentation, you should see some of the other stuff. So.
Just to clarify for a moment, though, one of the things that I think I'm hearing,
thanks,
perhaps between the lines, is so we are focused on growth for every student. So the student who is already proficient or already at mastery, what does growth look like for those students? There's a clear focus on improving the skills and opportunities for kids that are achieving below grade level at the moment. For those that are achieving at grade level, that's the Tier 1 instructional program. And as I'd mentioned during the goals presentation, there is enrichment that's built into our math program. And when we select a reading program, we should be looking at a reading program in which also includes opportunities for deep levels of study. But what I think I hear you asking is, what are we doing for kids at various levels of achievement, including those that are at the top level of achievement or those that are already performing at or above grade level? Is that right?
Yes, and really like the kids in the middle, right? Because I think that when we look at numbers like this, when you see kids that are performing below grade level, everybody knows that's 911, right? And we react to it. But I guess what I'm asking, you have a comment in here, I think, with in the subgroup area of the presentation where you say a lot of these strategies are going to impact everybody well. And so that's really what my question is at is, yes, if you have a kid that's already performing at a high level, that high level may not be their max though. And so is it the same strategy that hits them and getting them from that level to whatever their max is? And then equally, I think often we hear from parents concerns about the kids who are in the middle, right? The ones who are performing at grade level, so nobody's upset, nobody's worked out, but maybe nobody's realizing that they could be performing above where they're performing.
So these are really important points, and I want to thank Dr. Posse for bringing, the notion of both growth and achievement. Those are two data points that are attached to everybody. And I think one of the concerns I had when I arrived here a few years ago, we would give these NWEA tests to our K through 8 students and basically use them essentially to determine who needs to get some AIS services, not recognizing that no matter where you are scoring, it tells you where you are, and now it gives you a target for further growth. So every student gets, his or her iReady report. Okay, that's a baseline. Let's grow now. No matter where you are, let's grow. If you're way up here, let's grow. And as Dr. Posse mentioned, within certainly the iReady Mathematics program, you've got that MyPath, which allows you, at least through 8th grade, opportunities to grow. Beyond that, we've got to continue to find, and that's one of our challenges for this year, for those kids, in 6th grade who are really above, yet we've got to find more ways to support them as they exceed. But every student needs to grow, no matter where you are starting, without a doubt. And yes, absolutely, we got to push that proficiency up for those who are below grade level. But even if you're at mid-grade level, okay, get to upper grade level. There's growth that's important for everybody.
Ms. Brooks? Thank you for the presentation. I have not liked the grades 3 through 8 tests since my daughter first took them and then didn't take them, and I'm not convinced that they're of any value now, but I will let you do your thing. So I listened to everything, but what impressed me more was the iReady. And I know that we're looking for some tool to measure the students to at least get benchmarks, and I do understand that. The grades 3 through 8 tests are taken in April, then the kids move on to next grade, and I don't really know if there are specific things that those tests that funnel down to the teachers in the following year that those teachers can use. So I'm glad to see the screener being used in the fall to again follow up in the spring. So
winter and spring.
Winter and spring, and so I'm a little more comfortable with that metric. So I'll just say that, and I'm not asking you to change anything. I'm just saying you the way it lands on me and my sensibilities.
Thank you.
So my question then is, when we look at the students in particular who are 2 and 3 grade levels below from fall to spring, and we see the decline in those numbers and the growth in the kids moving out of those numbers. You may not be able to answer this question. Do we know, are these the same students? So in other words, the students who are in the 8% in the spring, in the red and the pink, are they the same students who are the 11 and the 7%? Or is it possible that there are students who have moved in from the yellow and gone down?
So.
In other words, are we making valid comparisons and going, yay, we're really
Did some
improving?
drip down and, a bunch moved up, or did
Yeah.
you just have a swap, like they crossed the
Yeah, I don't want to be
barrier?
doomsday, but is
So-
that a different way that this could be read?
One could read it that way. I could tell you if I had, which I'm not, right? I don't have those students right in front of me, but I will go out on the ledge right now and knowing the growth we had, because all of our schools and all of our grades were in the upper quadrant where high growth, high performance was for both ELA and mathematics. That was one of the slides in Friday's presentation that I didn't include in this one. So that is available for the board on the website. So that's telling me we had both growth and achievement. My understanding, my recollection, as we were reviewing those is we didn't have people drop down like that. Very few people dropped, absolutely. I think, in our whole district, maybe 2 hands is more than enough for anyone that might have gone down. Those low levels was mainly, those are kids rising up.
And I'm going to safely assume that if there are children who have gone down, whether from green to light green or light green to yellow, that the teachers are able to use this data to be on top of it, to say, okay, this kid actually went in the wrong way, and let's
To
get
your
the child
point
back.
earlier, the fact that we give this fall, winter, and spring, we can use it, and especially looking at what's happening from fall to winter, what adjustments might need to be made, and you can make it that year. You don't have to wait till the next year. So that's the value of a screener given 3 times a year.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 other questions. When a teacher, I guess, sees in the spring that there are students who are 2 and 3 grade levels below, and I heard you say some of this or allude to the fact that maybe next year there'll be only 1 grade level below and we'll eventually get them up. But what is the thinking of promoting these children to the next grade when they are 2 and 3 grade levels below?
Right, so a couple of things, and I think there are teachers that don't need a screener to know if a child's below grade level, right? That's an important point. We don't want to lose the importance of the classroom teacher. Within iReady, they're called, you've got your growth your growth goal, and you have your stretch growth goal. The stretch growth goal is, that growth one is what your typical student should get with a year of instruction, right? That's what we're targeting for most students. They're going to get that. The stretch one is that goal that allows you to get ahead. So if a student who is 1 grade behind, if they've achieved their stretch goal 2 years in a row, they're going to be at grade level. So you can catch up even if you're behind. You bring up, I'm not sure we're going into a discussion about social promotion or whatever it might be. We want to keep our kids with them, with their classmates as much as possible, right? And find ways instructionally to support them as we recognize that kids are growing, maturing intellectually, emotionally at different rates. And we need to do our adaptations to support them. But it's at least giving you a metric, say, hey, Bobby Joe, if you reach that stretch goal, you're well on your way to getting at grade level, and communicating that to students and parents is important.
And a good program with talented teachers, which we have, can address those deficiencies.
Yeah.
Certainly, a student who's 1 or 2 grade levels behind is something that we can remediate for certain.
My final question, and I remember thinking about this for years. We see, especially with the grades 3 through 8 tests, which again I don't value, but we see this lack of proficiency, but yet when the students get to Weber, we see greater proficiency with almost different tests. And when they're at Schreiber, they're certainly performing at higher levels and then graduating. So I'm hoping for the day when somebody can explain to me why, when we're looking at proficiency levels on the grades 3 through 8 tests, where we're seeing we have basically lack of proficiency, that unless it's the makeup thing along the way, that we're turning out students who are actually achieving at higher rates once they hit middle school and then again in high school and are able to graduate and go off to college. See, to me, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between what these tests are telling us and what the kids are actually doing in the classrooms. So nobody's really explained to me why there's a disconnect.
You know, one of the things that you're picking up on is the need for a third leg of our stool. So we have the New York State assessments, we have the iReady screener, which are, you know, different assessments. The third leg is really classroom data. And so one of the things that we need to strengthen is the use of common assessments across classrooms that would help us to appropriately measure student achievement as it relates to the grade level standards. So that is a future goal in terms of, you know, we've selected, for example, a math program. The next step in that math program is, okay, how can we now use the classroom assessments to be able to assess how our kids are doing on that, because that will allow us to also provide real-time AIS services, but there's a staffing implication there, which is part of the staffing package that, the staffing recommendations that Sean had mentioned, to look at our AIS providers, to look at literacy coaches, numeracy coaches, to be able to provide real-time intervention and support within the classroom, and also build teachers' capacity to be able to do that. So we are missing in this data presentation the third leg of that stool, but I think we all recognize that that leg is missing and needs to be built.
And you know from my participation on the curriculum committee that I've always said what happens in the classroom and what the teacher is able to observe and evaluate, to me, is the greatest indicator. And I think always will be. But it's just hard to quantify and put into graphs when you're looking for data. So anyway, so thank you very much. I'm finished.
Ms. Melwani?
Okay. So I did watch the Friday meeting as well, and I apologize to everybody in the audience if this conversation feels as long as that meeting, and I will try to keep this brief, but I am very thankful for that presentation and this as sort of a follow-on to it that we can take up to sort of a higher level, and that's what I've been trying to do with this data over the past few days, is kind of zoom out and think about what we as a board can focus on from here. And what I see is, you know, a very clear kind of teaser for what we can expect to start seeing in January. I think that's pretty clear. And what I take away from this is a focus on the importance of investing in systems and coherence, and the need for ongoing monitoring. So that's kind of the lens that I took to this. And I just have a few questions with that in mind. And I'm looking, you know, particularly at the math results, because that's where we have implemented a consistent program across all of our elementaries. How do we monitor the fidelity of implementation across our classrooms and across our buildings? And then how does that factor into the results we see here in front of us? How should we be, as a board, be thinking about that?
Right, so the implementation and implementing it with fidelity is clearly, it's important. That's one of the expectations we've communicated to teachers. You know, certainly last year, the principals, you know, required one of the formal observations to be of a mathematics lesson to at least get a sense of what was happening, certainly as they're walking around and visiting. But listen, at the end of the day, if a teacher wants to close their door and, teach something else, we're not there all the time. But I think we work off of the assumption that these are professionals. We provided lots of professional development, lots of support. That is the expectation. And I do think, I'm not saying it was 100% of the days, I think the elementary teachers were remarkable in how they implemented it. And I've said this publicly many times, and I'll continue to say it. It was really impressive. So that continues, and that expectation in terms of what it looks like to use this program with a level of fidelity is an ongoing discussion and a debate and a back and forth. I will say nobody will be able to say either last year or this year that we're not supporting teachers with professional development and making sure they have what they need to support them. And that's an important part. I think if teachers are feeling supported, as opposed to, hey, we're using this program, good luck, I think that goes a long way to let's try it, because if their colleagues are using it, we have grade level meetings where they're talking about it grade level. I mean, that's all part of building that community. So those are some of the strategies. If someone's closing their door at the end, and I don't think that's happening, but if they are, yeah, that can be tough. We look at results. If we're not seeing a level of growth, or we're not seeing, MyPath is supposed to be used 40 minutes a week. If students are absolutely inactive on MyPath, that's giving us a clue that, hey, are you not using this aspect? This is what's supposed to provide at least a part of the instructional component. So that's a tool we've been able to use as well.
Thank you. So the most surprising data in here to me was not necessarily the subgroup data. As Ms. Alvarez said, we all kind of expected that there would be differences across subgroups and against the overall population. But what was very surprising to me was not that the gaps are forming there in terms of subgroup data, subgroup performance, and AIS enrollment, and that those gaps are forming at the elementary level, but we're actually seeing those gaps widen in terms of AIS enrollment as the students go through middle school. So it's not necessarily, it might be the same students who have ongoing needs for support, but there are more students over the course of their middle school experience in need of support. So I'm wondering, how do our systems that are in place today address that, what appears to be an increasing need, and what are we, in terms of what we've seen here and what the plans are for the future, how are we addressing that both near term and longer term?
Couple of things about Weber, and I think I had this on my sticky note, right? So we certainly see the increase in AIS for reading. You see this large increase in 8th grade for mathematics, and that's like a head scratcher. But those numbers include students who are getting support for being, students who are in the algebra class who are also getting some support for mathematics so they can stay in the algebra. So they've been accelerated, but we're supporting them as they are accelerated, which sounds counterintuitive, but I think that is a great way to do it. If we want our students to achieve, we want to support them as they step out and achieve. So that's where some of those numbers are. I don't have the exact number, and I'm not going to put Ms. Javelin on the spot. I think she's about 5 rows behind me, though, right? But I'm not going to say anything. But that's some of the mathematics numbers, and we can get some greater clarity on that. Uh-oh.
I'm going to speak for Ms. Javelin, and I hope I get it right. I think she also mentioned that the flexibility of the Weber schedule allows for students to be picked up differently in the middle school than in pull-out or push-in at the elementary.
Right.
Did I do it? Okay.
And the other thing, certainly, this is an important part, and At Weber, there's a little more flexibility with the staffing, and we're trying to get this message across. AIS, it's not a sentence, right? And it's not a permanent situation. You could be you can be getting AIS services for 6 weeks. Geometry, oh my goodness, I'm struggling with geometry, but I'm good with all the other stuff, for example. And that movement in and out, we're not there, that's not what we're used to, but that's what AIS is intended to be, temporary support.
Since we're making clarifications, but just to clarify, not to put you on the spot, but Dr. Posse also specified at that same meeting that these numbers are still too high with all these like asterisk of why our numbers are higher in the middle school, that it's still too high with accounting for these little reasons.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, they're too high. That's why we put them in there, just to showcase it's an area of concern. So your point was, so what do we do about it? And that's, I've spent clearly a lot of time talking about all these elementary initiatives, but everything we do at the elementary level will impact the middle school, but we're not waiting for, that ripple to make its way to the middle school. We can't. So putting, support and looking at, the data from especially the diagnostic screener and getting reading support. We brought in some new reading programs to help the students at the middle school. That's being done as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to end my questions there. We could go at this all night, but I'm good. Thank you. I'm going to ask very few questions, and they may not even pertain to you. I'm going to try and tee it up. Here we go. So as Ms. Bolwani outlined, this was all a preview to also what we discussed about in our goals and the action plans and everything. And what I noticed, of course, I always like to look at what you put for your next steps and your action plans. And in that, I noticed that you mentioned that the implementation of the literacy program will cost far more than the mathematical program. And I know we're not ready to talk about numbers, so I'm teeing this up for the general question of when we are ready, because this will be the discussion as a priority, as we heard literacy is a priority for our budget discussion. But if this has multi-year budget implications, what those multi-year implications will be. And furthermore, looking at it, not just from literacy, but also from the math program, if these are programs that we find are valuable and all of these programs we want to be sustainable, we need to be forward-looking budgetarily, because the last thing we would love to have happen is we spent a lot of money on programs that we then cannot continue to grow and use their deeper dive, or we cannot bring in numeracy coaches or literacy coaches, and then all of this is for naught. We don't get to reach those higher levels for any of our students. So when we're having preparation for budget discussions, I would like to have that kind of, I guess, purview in mind, is looking at that forward sustainability, so that we can have that. So it's really a request for the future in that regard. And then also, just as an overall idea, and I think you did mention this, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear, just to set realistic expectations for ourselves, we established this evening that a lot of the work that we're doing in this initial year and that's being proposed, especially in the action plan that Dr. Posse presented, really is creating a baseline, right? And then from there, we can start looking at everything. What do we feel is a reasonable time frame for us to really see measurable impact that we can start looking at in a realistic way to set those high expectations, or if we need to do a different, to make sure we're getting a return on our investment? What is the time frame? Is 1 year enough time and we feel we have enough data, or do we feel like 3 to 5 years?
Listen, you always want to look out 3 to 5 years, but absolutely next year you will see some changes based the simple fact, and when we dig in And you look at, within this school or that school, wow, why do those third graders do so well in this? And, well, because the school has had for a number of years a consistent K-2 program. All 5 of our elementary schools now have a consistent K-2 phonics phonemic awareness program. That is going to make a difference for not only those students, but as they get up to 3rd grade. I've had conversations with teachers, wow, the 5th grade math is a lot easier this year because the kids are better prepared because they had 4th grade. We're going to see wait until you see next year's data presentation.
Wow, I was giving you 3 to 5 years, and now you promise next year. I'm very excited. So
it's going to be great.
That each year.
Wonderful. Those are my questions at the end of the day, and I appreciate again the thoroughness from Friday's presentation as well as your condensed version this evening. And furthermore, I appreciate that you started at 9:30 and really went for almost a solid hour.
It was like 26 minutes, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, it was, 20, that's what I counted, 26 minutes. It was great.
If I can just add, Dr. Feeney, I just want to thank you also for putting this presentation together and for all of the work that went into the presentation from your entire team.
Thank you.
The entire presentation is worth a close view. It's listed on the website, and you can also view the recording, of course, on YouTube for anyone that is interested. One caveat that I just want to make sure is crystal clear, because this is a different process than I think the district has undertaken in the past. It's worth saying again that when we talk about data, there is absolutely no blame. This is just where we are in this moment in time. And what data does is it points us to more questions. And it points us to a place where we have to continue to peel back layers of the onion to understand what is happening. The other thing that we are trying to do administratively is we're trying to share all of the information that we have with the board and the community. In our presentations, what you'll notice is that we're laying the foundation for recommendations that you will expect to see as part of the budget process. But what the board has to understand and the community has to understand is that we're doing that blind, in that we have no idea what the budget can tolerate, right? We don't know what health insurance premiums look like. We don't know what the state aid picture is. We don't know how many retirements we're going to have. We also don't know what federal funding and the implications for federal funding look like. So there are a lot of unknowns. And what we'll have to do when we present the budget is we'll have to make resource allocation prioritization, and we're going to have to make decisions about resource allocation and the prioritization of resources. So one of the things that I just want to make sure that we are saying out loud is that we are expressing what we would like to have in an ideal world without a complete picture of what the financing looks like. So the reason for that is intentional. It's so that you know everything that we know, and you know exactly what we'd like to see in the budget. But the understanding that we're doing that blind at the moment is an important understanding for the board to have, because will we be able to put in place 5 numeracy coaches and then 5 literacy coaches? We don't know that yet. So will the implementation of that need to be staggered is a discussion that we'll have when we have a better budget picture. But we are saying loud and clear right now that that's what we feel that we're going to need, because we need to support teachers in implementing these programs, in understanding the data, and providing AIS support for those students that require AIS services. So I just wanted to make sure that that caveat was clear, because this is a bit of a different process than we've used in the past.
Thank you, Dr. Posse. All right, and thank you, Dr. Feeney. You may sit down now.
Thank you.
You can retire. Yes. So we're on to our next portion. Hopefully this will go a little faster. We're the motion to approve the September 12th Curriculum Committee meeting minutes, the September 16th Board of Education minutes, and the September 19th Policy Committee minutes. Do I have a second? Ms. Gilliar, and all in favor? Ms. Melkonian, do you have a vote? Okay, thank you. 6-0. All right, now we're going to move on to our committee reports. I'm going to start off, since audit is first, with we had the audit committee meet the other day. You will see on the consent agenda there is the recommendation to approve our committee charter for 25-26. While there were no changes from last year, which we adopted as a board, there was a request that we take a look at the charter again in April when we're about to send out our applications for new audit committee members to determine if we would like to include the requirement of a minimum, or a requirement of 3 board members on it. Right now, the language says 2 or 3. Do we want to make that requirement? We don't have to have that discussion right now. We're going to have it later, but I'm just saying, right now, the focus is just the recommendation of the charter as it stands, and I was just giving you a little preview for.
And I will give my preview explanation in April as well.
Okay, fantastic. The other part you'll see on the agenda and the recommendation of the audit committee is we were very happy with our external and internal risk assessment audit reports. With the correction plans as presented on tonight's agenda, and we did approve them and hope that the board will continue to look forward and approve them as well. Lastly, now I'll move, and our next audit committee meeting is January 28th at 9 a.m. So we'll keep you posted about that. Yes?
I thought it might be brought up in your update, but an AI policy was discussed by our auditors.
Yes, I wasn't ready to bring that up in the update because we didn't say that as a recommendation of the committee. It was a recommendation that was brought up by the auditor, and then we really didn't discuss it further. So I'd like to, I want to just table that conversation because we have an opportunity to bring it up again in January if we need to. Okay, thank you.
It's on our policy wish list, just so you know.
Yes. Okay, and then in addition to that budget, we haven't had a meeting. Our next meeting is on October 20th at 9 a.m. We hope that you all can meet us. And we'll go next to curriculum. Do you guys have a report? A report from your meeting?
The hour we just did is my report. Thank you for that, everybody. But I just want to point out that over the past few years, we have been talking about really having this committee be future-focused and goals-focused, and our meetings, thanks to Dr. Feeney, always end with conversations about where we're going to grow on whatever topic we've discussed. So it's not a show, it's actual growth and progress. So we're very, very proud of that. Our next meeting is on Friday, November 7th at 10 a.m. in the CAM Annex. We will be discussing the Schreiber data, again, like we just did this evening. Yay, Dr. Bear.
Thank you. Policy, Ms. Brooks?
Thank you. We have one policy on for a first read, so we've started the year hitting the ground and running. It is our, I hope this is accurate. It's our one remaining required policy that we didn't have on the books, even though we had it in practice. It's policy 5550. It's a student privacy policy regarding the protection of pupil rights amendment. It's called the PPRA. It's a federal law. And so this policy mirrors what is required of the district pursuant to the federal law. It's a very technical policy. We got through it, and hopefully we adopt it at the next meeting. Oh, and our next, we had announced that our next meeting was going to be what was it? It was supposed to be.
It was the 24th.
It was supposed to be the 24th, but we announced it at the meeting that the next meeting was going to be the 24th. However, after announcing that, it was brought to my attention that the 24th is the beginning of the New York State School Boards Association Convention, and we will likely be missing some committee members and a superintendent, and so Dr. Shields and I decided that it would be a good idea to change that date, and so we agreed as a committee and with everybody's approval that the new date will be Wednesday, October 29th. So we will still meet at 10 o'clock, but it will be Wednesday, October 29th.
Thank you.
Ms.
Now,
Epstein, I'm sorry, can I interrupt for 1 second? I forgot to mention that for the board's attention, these agendas, I think, were printed before we added something today through the curriculum committee. So now we have the full agenda for our curriculum topics is included. It's just not printed here. So if you refer to it, it will be there on board docs, but not on our printouts here.
okay, thank you. I guess I unfortunately missed that also on our agenda. Normally, we would discuss that and just make sure we're all good if there's anything to move around for the agenda topics. Can we just repost them for next meeting, or do you all want to discuss them now?
They didn't come out in the printout. They're on board docs.
I understand they're on board docs, so if we all log into board docs, we should be able to see it then, so. What? Oh. Let's just, in the interest of time, let's just put it on the next agenda also so that everyone can see and we can have the discussion about it. I mean, unless everyone can get on board docs and you want to have the discussion, you're okay? Okay. Deb?
I'm sure I'm fine with it.
Okay. So for those of us that can see the topics, how do we feel about them? Or do we have any questions or additions or anything? Go ahead, Ms. Alvarez.
I can bring it up at new business. I was going to bring it up at new business. This is something I did not plan on discussing. It came from our presentation earlier, so I can bring it up now if this is a curriculum question, or I put it back in new business. But here's my comment on curriculum. So yeah, I am aware of the topics. I'm on curriculum, so I already know the list. But when that came about, and knowing where we were going to be with presentations as a board for the Tuesday night meetings, data was going to be presented both on the elementary and secondary. So in that, we had discussed special education, and it was clarified only on Friday about which students are in the data that we received today and on Friday. And I'm going to assume potentially on the secondary level that the students in the programs that do not follow the New York State alternative assessment will be in the secondary level data, but the ones that do follow it won't be in that data. So my question to the board and to the curriculum, and I don't know if this is a curriculum or board question, is TLC and INVEST have not been presented to us in a data presentation today or Friday. Even though the district said we were going to see data, those groups of students were not put in that data. So should we be including our TLC and INVEST students when we are given information about how our students are doing and where are they today? So the first question is, does this board want those students included in our review? And if so, can we leave it up to the administration when and how they present such information? If not, then my second point is moot.
Okay, so with all of that, then that's a question for the board, if we would like to include that data somewhere within these presentations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How does the board feel about all of this? Do we have any guess, Nanette?
I think the question should go to perhaps Dr. Allen. Your advice on how best to have that conversation. I don't have an opinion, so I'd like a professional to weigh in.
can I just, my question was two parts. My question was, does this board want that data presented in any form possible? She did already answer earlier that it could be presented if the board wanted it presented. So the way it is presented is a secondary question. The first question really is for the board if we even want to see such data.
I mean, I don't have an objection to the fact that you're trying to separate it, but I suspect the reason that Nan is asking Dr. Allen to answer, because that's sort of why I want to hear what she says, is that I would like to understand what the meaningful way is to have an update or evaluate the way the students are performing. And from the little bit we heard yesterday, I don't know that it's going to be hard data like this, but to answer your question while messing with it a little bit, I mean, I think of course we should certainly understand if that group of students is being looked at to see if they are performing, how they are performing, and whether or not they're performing the way we think they should be performing, and whether there's more we should we should do there. So like, I have no objection to evaluating it. We certainly should. I just don't understand right now if the answer is data or if the answer is something else.
Go ahead, Dr. Allen.
So I agree exactly, Ms. Gilliard, with what you're saying. It is something else, right? It's not something we've talked about a lot before, if at all. So really, first and foremost is the context of what is NYSA? What exactly does it give us? Why are some students selected to participate in that versus other students? There's a whole set of criteria. I think the data piece is important. The balance, I would say, is we have to be careful because it is such a small percentage of our district. So we could be talking about 1 or 2 students at a particular grade level. So yes, I think the context is important, and we can talk about presenting that information so that the board has a better understanding and the community does, and then carefully talking about the data and our students' performance.
So in your response, perhaps a question for the board is this something that happens in exec if there are concerns about student privacy?
There could be. I would have to look at how many students on each grade level participate. There's age ranges they give us, so it coincides somewhat to the grade level they might be placed in if they were in a general education class, but it's not supposed to be any more than 1% of your overall student population. So again, we're talking teeny tiny number. It might be, like I said, only 1 student might have taken the secondary one this past year. So I can, again, get the information on the specifics of how many students took it at each grade level, and then the board can decide from there.
Yeah, the risk would be that if you can identify the student because there's such a small population, then we should not present that publicly. We can certainly provide the board with whether or not our students who are alternatively assessed are meeting their targets. And we can do that in an executive, in an executive session if it would potentially reveal the identification of those students. That should not be done in public.
Just to clarify then, is the New York State Alternative Assessment public information by district?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure.
No,
Sean, do
New
you
York
know?
State does not.
Yeah, I don't.
New York State, it depends on the number of kids again. So if there are 5 kids or fewer in a cohort, you would not report that data publicly, even on the New York State report card.
I still put it back to the board of the how to be up to administration, but the question is if we would like it.
So can I just ask, with the overarching, so what are you trying to accomplish?
So we know where our students are that are in our gen ed classes and our 12-1-1 classes. And we have data to show where needs are and how the district is doing to support those students. I've never heard in my time on the board, and even prior to the board in my prior role, of how are the students in TLC and Invest doing compared to a similar program in another district? Are we supporting them the way we need to here in this district, aside from anecdotally and aside from CDOS of what kind of graduation, what their graduation looks like? So we're doing a heavy dive at the younger ages, but I've never seen it for special education for those two programs. So I'm trying to understand, how are we serving our students and know where they are the same way that we're doing it for all the other students?
Can I just pause the conversation for 5 seconds? And since this is new information for everyone to hear at this moment, can I throw it back then, Dr. Posse, to you, that you all taking this information, you can discuss with the cabinet about this and make a recommendation on the best way that we can handle this? It sounds like to me we're trying to look at all of our students, and this is a group that we are not necessarily looking at in all of our data points. And since they're working on the big picture of how we can look at all students, how we can appropriately provide resources budgetarily and otherwise, then we could have them look at that and come back with a recommendation. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think you're asking a very good question, and I think that you're asking a very important question. So let us now figure out how to potentially deliver that information. Let us make a recommendation to the curriculum committee, and then let the curriculum committee decide whether or not that recommendation should be brought to the full board. In other words, if you're satisfied with the way in which we are answering the question. Because once you are, then you can bring that to the whole board as a recommendation from the curriculum committee. That's what I recommend in terms of process. But now that you've asked the question, we will go back and figure out ways in which to answer it. And let's put it on the agenda for the next curriculum committee meeting for us just to circle back with you. And then the curriculum committee can decide if they're satisfied with that answer or not.
I mean, I'm very comfortable with that, if the whole board is comfortable with that.
I have a concern about bringing anything into exec that involves student pride. In other words, I think that it's also not for the board to have this information shared. If the information is so sensitive that it has to go into exec, I'm of the understanding that it doesn't belong in exec, it doesn't belong before the board. So if we could just make sure that council weighs in on also this issue, because just as when we get stipulations and the child's name is redacted, this to me is a high level of privacy and confidentiality that should not come to the board. So unless council says there are enough students involved, or we don't want to run the risk of violating everybody's privacy, I'll just throw that's my ask, please.
I think that's reasonable, and I think it should be part of that whole conversation that they would protect the student privacy in determining when they're reporting to us.
But you're right, and what you're speaking to is what happens when you flesh out an idea, right? That all of these things begin to surface. So we will be prepared with a thorough recommendation that considers all of that. But you're absolutely right that does not necessarily belong in exec session either. However, we can and should be able to report to the board whether or not our program is effective. And we should be able to come up with a meaningful way to present that information that doesn't compromise student privacy. So we will come up with a way to do that so that the board has that information and the public has that information.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Thank you, Dr. Passy.
The one thing that I do want to flag that I just mentioned to Dr. Feeney is that the November 7th presentation on here says Schreiber data overview. It really is a secondary data overview because we're going to include the middle school Regents results, and we're also going to include in that our middle school acceleration rates so that we can have a more a more fulsome discussion about student performance at both the middle and high levels.
So great. So the November 7th meeting will include, the recommendation will be brought back to you at that meeting that was brought up this evening, as well as the title of this will be Secondary Data Overview. And also, I did misspeak earlier today because I said elementary and it was really K through 8, so I apologize on that. All right, with that.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question for the curriculum committee about the March 27th college admissions overview meeting? I think this will be the third year that presentation, and I'm not saying it will be the same presentation, but that the topic will be college admissions. I guess my first question is it the expectation of the board that this is an annual discussion, this particular topic? Just a point of
We've never asked that of the board.
Okay. Okay, so I'm asking, yes, is it an expectation that we will have this discussion annually? And if not, do we want to consider sort of bundling that, doing maybe a lighter version of that in order to have a broader discussion about K-12 guidance, which falls under curriculum and instruction? And with our new guidance director, I'm wondering, when is the appropriate time to have that discussion about the K-12 guidance trajectory?
Dr. Feeney, do you want that to be me or you? You haven't spoken much yet.
I think for the question, I do think the college overview we've done each year, I think it's an important part. It's a question that always comes up at the high school, and I think helping parents and helping our board understand the context behind the college admissions process and what has changed, where students are, where they've been. I think that's an important conversation to have annually, in my view. I think that Mr. Arini, certainly, there'll come a time where he should be able to present a vision for guidance. I think March might be a little early. He is still learning and listening and meeting people. So I would sort of caution against doing, a March presentation. Here's the guidance, here's where we're going to head, and here's my roadmap. Let him form more of those relationships, learn a little more, and understand where we are first, would be my recommendation.
Thank you. I hadn't thought about Ms. Malwani's comment about K-12. Again, I'm on curriculum. I help discuss these. I am not opposed as far as going with your question of maybe a K-12 and switching the dates. College is in March. I don't know why it can't be in May. And switching the building level equity teams discussion. So that gives Mr. Reedy more time for such a discussion. But I'm in favor of, I have also seen college admissions be discussed the last 2 years in curriculum. So I'm also in favor of doing a partial on college and a partial on K-12 is my vote.
Why couldn't we do K-12 as a board presentation, because it involves the entire district, as opposed to?
That would also be my vote.
We can do K-12 guidance, and we can do that later in the year when Mr. Arini has had some time, if people feel that's appropriate. If you're just looking for, what are we looking for from this guidance? We want to just know the direction in the plan, correct? Is it setting the stage for our goal setting in the following year? You can all say yes.
I would hope.
Yes, I mean, that would be my expectation.
Yes, excellent. We're all, yes.
That would be my expectation, that it wouldn't necessarily factor into this budget cycle, but certainly the next one. And,
tend to think about the meeting agendas as, okay, so what are we as a board, what are we expecting to do with this information? Right. So, I look at the college admissions overview meeting the same way. What can we do with this information as a board? How does this impact our work? How does it impact our budgeting? So I'm open to having all of these conversations in whatever forum is the right place to do it. I just think they're conversations that need to be had.
I just want to remind the board that we left a middle school guidance counselor position on the table from the last budget recommendation, so for what it's worth.
Okay, so what it sounds like is that these topics are great as they stand. There's some question about college admissions overview. I'll add my input. I don't necessarily need to hear about college admissions overview again, and I also feel like, what are we doing with it as well? But I'm fine if the majority of the board would like to keep it. And then what I am also hearing as a takeaway, separate and apart, is that if we feel it will be helpful for goal setting to hear from about a district guidance program and what the forward future looks like with that in the May or June time for our big board meetings. How does everyone feel about this as our plan?
I think that, I don't think that this is something we have to vote on and make a decision. So it's 11 o'clock. I think everybody's voiced their opinion. I think we should let our chair of the curriculum committee talk to our assistant superintendent a little bit too, and figure this out. And we can also talk amongst ourselves. This is not substantive at all, and sort of figure out, because I know the schedule for evening meetings is always being worked on a little bit too. Well, but things move, right? Things move. So I think that we can figure out the logistics of this. I think that it's certainly worth getting an update from our head of guidance at some point about K-12, but I don't think we sitting here today without having talked to him at all or consulted our superintendent or anybody else should decide what month that should be.
Correct.
Right.
What I'm suggesting is that conversation align with his plan and sort of his, orientation into our district. We shouldn't rush that. And I also only raise this in the context of the curriculum committee because we will have him coming in to speak in March. So, if his role is integral to curriculum and instruction as it is in our reporting structure, then is this something that he should be addressing there, or is it something that he should be addressing here? And I think we've established that he can address it here. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I think logistically, in terms of where it's allowed to be, it could be in either place. Correct. Right? Just wherever we decide. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. I think then we're moving forward. Thank you for those topics. Thank you for the work of the curriculum community for putting them together. Now we're on to our consent agenda at this time. Does anyone have any items that they'd like to pull other than you, Ms. Manuel? No? All right. Oh, you have one? Okay. Oh, no.
No, I'm in favor of the consent agenda.
Okay, wonderful. We do have to pull item 13.4, and the only reason we have to pull item 13.4, which deals with the financing for our EPC, is because the contract requires that it have its own individual vote. And so it needs to know about the motion and the vote. So that's the only reason we're pulling it. So with that in mind, don't worry about it, thank you. We're gonna make a motion, thank you, to approve items 13.1 through 13.3 and 13.5 through 18.1. Do I have a second? I'm going to say Ms. Alvarez. And do I have our vote for it? We're 6-0.
18.2, sorry.
It's 18.2. Oh, we got an 18. Oh, we got an 18.2. Okay, so I'm sorry. So we have to do that again. 13.1 to 13.3 and 13.5 to 18.2. I'm going to take Ms. Alvarez's second. We'll re-vote on that. 6-0. Excellent. And now we'll look at item 13.4. Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Do I have a second for that one? Ms. Gilliar. And do I have a vote for it as well? Oh, yes, you need to know who.
I believe I need to read the resolution.
Oh, sorry, please read the
and then
resolution.
I have to poll the board.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The Board of Education of the Port Washington Union Free School District, Nassau County, New York, hereby resolves by a majority vote of all members of said board as follows. Section 1, following the solicitation of proposals, the Board of Education of Port Washington Union Free School District received 5 proposals to provide financing for the cost of the energy conservation measures to be implemented under the Energy Performance Contract dated October 22nd, 2024, between the school district and Renew Energy Solutions. Based upon the recommendation received from Capital Markets Advisors, the school district's municipal advisor, it is hereby determined that the proposal received by TD Equipment Finance, Inc., or one of its wholly owned subsidiaries or affiliates, is hereby accepted, subject to the negotiation of one or more lease purchase agreements approved by council. The President of the Board of Education, the Vice President of the Board of Education, the Superintendent of Schools, the Assistant Superintendent for Business and/or District Treasurer, collectively the authorized representatives, and individually the authorized representative, acting on behalf of the school district and with the advice of council, are hereby authorized to negotiate, enter into, execute, and deliver one or more lease purchase agreements with the lessor and or its assignee. The authorized representatives are hereby further authorized to negotiate, enter into, execute, submit project requisitions, and deliver such other documents relating to the equipment lease, including but not limited to escrow agreements, as the authorized representatives deem necessary and appropriate with the advice of council. All other related contracts and agreements necessary and incidental to the equipment lease are hereby authorized, and such documents shall be filed in the office of the district clerk and made available for public inspection. The aggregate original principal amount of the equipment lease shall not exceed $8,765,280 and shall bear interest and mature as set forth in the equipment lease. The school district's obligations under the equipment lease shall be subject to annual appropriation or renewal by the Board of Education of the school district as set forth in each equipment lease, and the school district's obligations under the equipment lease shall not constitute a general obligation of the school district or indebtedness under the Constitution or laws of the state of New York. The proceeds of the equipment lease may be applied to reimburse the school district for expenditures made after the effective date of this resolution for the purpose for which said proceeds are authorized, or on or prior to such date if the Board of Education of the school district has adopted a prior statement of intent to issue lease obligations for such purpose. The foregoing statement of intent with respect to reimbursement is made in conformity with Treasury Regulation Section 1.150-2 of the United States Treasury Department. Section 7, the authorized representatives are hereby authorized to take any and all actions necessary in connection with the agreement, the equipment lease, and all matters related thereto. Last section. Upon execution of the equipment lease and accompanying escrow agreement, the school district designates Webster Bank National Association as a depository of school district funds for purposes of the equipment lease, and further designates the Bank of New York Mellon as a third-party custodian, if needed for purposes of holding eligible collateral in a custodial account established for the benefit of the district. This resolution shall take effect immediately. So we do have a motion. Okay. And then I need to poll the board.
All right, so you want to do that?
Yes. Julie Epstein.
Yes.
Sandra Alvarez.
Reluctantly, yes.
Deborah Brooks.
Yes.
Rachel Gilliard.
Yes.
Nanette Melkonian.
Yes.
Jessica Malwani.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you for all of that. All of our motions have approved. I want to also take a moment to thank our donors for their generous donations, the Manor Haven PTA to pay for STEM Club leadership, STEM Club leaders, and the Sousa HSA to pay for kindergarten field trip expenses. And with that, now we move on to policy. As Ms. Brooks so aptly teed us up, we have policy 5550, student privacy under the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, up for first read. Are there any comments or questions, or is there any color you'd like to add? Nope. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Alvarez. Yes?
I apologize, I was not at policy, nor am I on policy. So first question would be, I'm asking this because it affects my thoughts on the bullets under surveys, but can I be given an example of what a survey would be and why all of these 8 different items might be listed in our student surveys?
So these are surveys divided by surveys that are coming out of the Federal Department of Education, this list, as well as surveys that might not be out of the Federal Department of Education. And so,
so just to clarify, the Federal Department of Education will be asking a survey of our students' sex behavior or attitudes?
This is possible. This is in the possible realm, and this basically is about surveys that the department or some other entity, including our school nurse, might want the student to take. And the only way the student can take it, if it is a U.S. Department of Education survey, within one of these enumerated things, and these are all enumerated in the law, we didn't make it up, this comes to us from the law, is if first the district must ask the permission of the parents. There's a first step. We tried to flesh that out really clearly in the opt-in and opt-out language. This is not the most current version. And so there's an affirmative obligation on the district to seek parental consent. If the district fails to do that, or the parent doesn't give consent, the district cannot give this type of a survey to the student.
So for me, my only thing that lost me on this is it's not properly specified what this actually is, the survey component. There's other components on this one policy that make it confusing as far as like marketing, the inspection of instructional material. This is a very...
It's lumped in.
Yeah.
It's lumped in because that's what the law is. The law lumps it in. And so this is tracking the law. And in fact, so when it talks about inspection of curricular materials, that has nothing to do with these surveys, but this is this is how the PPRA was written. And so it's tracking the law. Because we even talked about, I think, in policy, why do we have to include, surveying instructional materials? Couldn't that go into a different policy? And the reason it has to be in this policy, could be in other policies, but it has to be in this policy because it's under the PPRA. It's actually part of the PPRA. Dr. Shields.
I will drop it and I will leave it alone for now.
But really, this tracks the law. I mean, it just tracks, it's nothing that we made up, it's the law basically written out into a policy. We just tried to make it really clear, okay, so if it's this type of survey, what is the affirmative obligation on the district, and then what must the parent do? And if it's another type of survey, the district is absolved of having to seek permission, but the onus is on the parent to say, I don't consent. So, with appropriate notice to the parents, of course. Okay.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments on this policy? No? I don't know of any old business that we have. Do we have new business?
Only the resolutions booklet.
Yes.
If there's anything that anybody wants to discuss, I have the resolutions open because we will not convene before the NISBA annual meeting on the 16th, I think it is. So if anybody, I'd asked in advance if anybody wants to discuss any of the resolutions. Nope.
I don't need to discuss any resolutions. I did share in the packet, you saw what came out of the NSSBA resolution dinner, how they voted on it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, excellent. Any other new business? We have our second opportunity for the community to speak, but guess what? They've basically all gone home, so nothing. Your staff, you're okay. I would like to just say our next board meeting is on November 18th at 6:30 p.m. with the board recessing into executive session and reconvening for public session at 7:30 p.m. I'm making a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Miss Brooks, I'm going to choose Miss Brooks now. And how's our vote go? 6-0. Wonderful. Drive safely and enjoy the rest of your evening.